Oh, no, that's fair. If there's not an outrageous amount of noise coming from anywhere I am, I don't think I'm not in that room. I think it's a pretty accurate way of saying it. But W7M in complete control. Map point here for them. Yeah. Yeah. This is... Yeah, it's been one of those games. They've looked in complete control. That opening round went for Tropicals, and since then, it has been the driver's seat for W7M. They've played with confidence. Well, it's not over yet. Not over yet. Still a chance. Herd's trying to enter down below. Philippock's already inside a bathroom, inside of bar. Gathering control inside of the lounge, and he got a perfect one. Look at the amount of control they already have, and they're uncontested in doing so.
So, different strategy here to the breach coming in. So, that'll be the mirror window open, just making it a little bit more difficult to throw that utility in. But you look at the lineup, Thermite's all they have. I think that breach has become pretty much impossible now for them to open, but KZ's needs going to come up from the depths and take down PPWS. But yeah, but with that mirror popped open, and no ace, just a Thermite. Oh, well, look, he's going to get a little bit acrobatic with it.
Oh, it gets tricked.
No.
Should do.
No. On our cast, I've never seen that trick actually work. When anyone else casts, it works.
Have I just cursed it? Have I just cursed it? I go, oh, there's no way that trick doesn't work, and the trick doesn't work. So, yeah, the caster... It's too strong. I'm too powerful, Gibby. How do I keep doing this? The second nade from Nook down below doesn't connect, no damage done. However, one up nade landing might already be what they need. Mirrors off the fight, 1C4 gone. They'll open up the bottom of garage and begin to put that pressure. But, top of your screen, minute 15 to work. There is still a good potential that Tropicals can hold on and ride out the clock and get this done. They just realistically need the next pick to go their way. And that might be Bandit on main house who might find it.
Yeah, Bandit's gone hunting. KZ will be the one that he meets. KZ's HP is low, so a stray bullet, as you would always say, should catch him. But KZ knows exactly where he is. Bandit steps across. He's got himself in a bit of a corner. And now KZ just has to wait. Bandit, do not move. Well, there you go. KZ makes it easy. Levy gets one for himself too, making it a 4 versus 3. So all of a sudden, there's a big chance in this round. What, but I'm looking. I don't see any silhouettes. Red Stairs is about to be taken by W7M.
No one's watching it directly. No one's playing on it. They're holding it from the top window, but that's not going to be a sustainable position for too much longer. You can get cleared out pretty quickly. JV92, you might just have to jump on in. 20 seconds on the clock. What can they do? They paid for the lessons from Tengu. They might just need it now. Need to find that pick, and it's very urgent. The smoke will choke this play out. 15 seconds. Timer's going to go red, and it's go time. You need to get this to work. You need to make it stick. Otherwise, we're going one more round here. Flashbang sent out, but I think it's just too much to ask, and it's going to be an absolute slaughter. They walk in one by one. Time will ultimately close it out. But they get themselves one more round, and they live to fight another day.
And it was just the decision to melee the barbed wire on the stairs was the one that really signed off on that life for KZ. He was good. You knew the Bandit would swing once he heard the melee animation, because it's just nearly impossible for him to get that shot off. So it's one round back. It's still 6-2. It's still match point for W7M. We need 4 almost perfect rounds from Tropicals to get this game at least to overtime at the bare minimum. But I think W7M are going to want to make this one run as short as possible. It's going to be a gym bedroom defense this time around, and you look at the setup that's going to come up. Nothing surprising me here again. You get that mirror window inside bathroom to look towards that jacuzzi wall. Usually you see the second mirror be put on that wall in construction that looks towards where the window is. Whip it. Tell me, what is your prediction for this round?
Oh, don't. No. Because I know what you've done. Right? You want this game to go an extra round or two. So what you've said is, the guy who likes W7M, who always curses game, I'll ask him what his prediction is, and he'll say W7M, and then they'll lose 3 rounds, and it's going to look really exciting. That's what you want. I know what you're doing, but W7M should probably close this one out.
Well, but it's as simple as this. For an old man like me, casting games is the best job in the world. I want this to go as many rounds as possible. I would take it. Give me 4 overtime games in best of one day,
Perfect
and I will
trick.
take it. There you go. Job number 1 done, and all of a sudden, Herds is going to get back on the drone. But yeah, I want Tropicals to win as many rounds as possible, because this is fun.
Okay, so we're all in for a 15-rounder, guys. Simple as. Gibby's already put it. Are you leaking the script? Let me check this real quick.
No, I'm not leaking the script. I'm throwing a
I've got the
curveball
script
though.
in my hand here.
And I'm wrong, yeah, because I told you. I'm just
Oh,
throwing out what I
You're
want to
cooking, though.
happen.
You're cooking. It's your cooking, though. I like it.
Normally you don't like my cooking. It's
Well, last time you were in Airbnb and you cooked, you burnt the place down, so I don't really trust you that well, to be honest. Nate
Well,
goes out, opening
that
pick
was
goes
cooked.
W7M.
that
He
was
cooking.
cooked perfectly.
Better than anything you've ever done. Done.
Look, I am an excellent chef, I'll have you know. JV92, though, moving in through Garage now as they've got that opening pick. STK is going to go and hold that pick for himself. Nades tossed as that mirror window has been popped, and it gives the attackers a little line of sight towards main stairs, but in reality, they're going to want to get that jacuzzi wall fully open. And with a minute and 20 seconds to go, where does the next move come? Here comes the attempted trick, and it works this time. That wall may still be open. There's one more left in the back pocket for Thermite. No more.
Nope,
that
zero.
wall's it's locked out.
Ooh, so this is a very difficult situation for W7M, because now they're forced to go a very limited number of avenues to get themselves in the site. Do you drop Logi Hatch? Well, that's not going to be an easy one to deal with. Do you try and push and brute force your way from inside of Cash and CC? Well, that's also fortified and ready. So, windows, that's going to be the option, and construction's going to be key to this success. If you want control, you need to get construction, or at least hold it. But down below, there's a solace. Yex will be able to see that case the moment it touches ground, but they're aware of that threat, and the Honor clone detects it, so they now know there's a problem. However, Neskin will find one that hurts and brings us level to a 4 versus 4. 30 seconds, and these fights need to go the way of W7M if they want to have a chance. But Nate's going to find one, look to find a second one, as now the cascade on in. Philippox gets one more. Tropic House falling at the gate now. TCSG in hand on a long-range angle. No solace down below. No information. Only a pistol, but he gets one. He'll drop prone, but he gets slain. Fully blind, and STK absolutely caught out napping. W7M take Clubhouse.
Wow, not the way I expected that round to go once that jacuzzi wall wasn't opened. But again, SCK can hold that long angle as much as he wants, but if you've reinforced the middle bit of that wall inside of Jim, that spot becomes almost impossible to hold, because if they get across that opening, there is no way that he can then stop those players inside of Jim without forcing his way through construction, forcing his way into master bedroom, and it just becomes really easy at that point for W7M, who get the win with 7 rounds to 2 being the final score. Whip it. It was a valiant effort from Tropic House at times, but I don't think anyone's surprised at that result.
No, I don't think I am, especially. W7M looked in complete control. Opening round, it was a fair fight. It looked like Tropic House had read into it pretty well. Things changed very, very quickly, and a dominant 7-2 victory for W7M.
Yeah, it was. It was a really good one. But do you know what's better than listening to you and I? Listening to me, you, Jacob, and Connor. Let's welcome the boys back in to see what they thought of that one.
They got all 3 points. They didn't need it to qualify for playoffs, but now W7M find themselves perfectly in line to get first place in Group A heading into playoffs. They set themselves up beautifully. They got defense first on a map they already figured they were comfortable with, and Tropical simply did not come to play.
No, it wasn't a great performance for them at times. They did do some things very well, but I think W7M, they've showed their class. They're starting to get closer and closer to that 6th gear that Whippet and I spoke about a little bit earlier. And the big thing that they always do that impresses me is they get the opening pick. And the stats show if you get that opening pick on attack or defense, you're going to go ahead and win the round. And that's the key theme that you're going to see on most of these replays. Again, you see the numbers. It's a 5v3. It becomes a 5v2. They get the opening pick and they force the other team to play their game. We did have a couple of rounds that didn't quite go to script for W7M, but as you see then in the end, they managed to clutch that one up. And they take the win, and they're 96% of the way there now to top spots.
Yeah, and with the ratings, that's a huge improvement to what we saw W7M just last week. A 12%. They look dang good. 6th gear, I think, was a very apt description, especially hitting the 6th gear on the entries, only dropping one single opening pick. And it was a resiliency factor. It was a lost entry engagement turning into a round win. Sure, only one dropped conversion rate, is still a really solid stat that you got to give W7M.
Also, huge individual performances from players like Herds. I really want to point out in round 5, it was that basement hole where he had the mirror window on blue. He wins that must-win engagement, and he done that so many times throughout the entire game. That clutch on Sol is a perfect example of he's just in the right spot at the right time to always have that perfect impact, that star potential for W7M, and once again it shows.
So, only really looks like a hiccup in W7M's case, which is fantastic because coming right off of a 2nd place finish at the Invitational, you would certainly hope that things aren't nearly as down in the dumps as you would normally be after having 2 players come in and swap out. But it looks like, especially for guys like Fellapox, to come and be topping the leaderboards and be one of the more consistent players on this team is a fantastic thing to see. Meanwhile, for Tropicals to have 3 new players come in and have it be so much more complicated to figure out what their own identity is. They still have one more game left to play, but it certainly isn't looking as good as it could be. Gentlemen, for Gibson and Whippet, thank you guys for that first cast. We'll be back in for game 2. But Connor, at least as far as you and I are concerned, when we're looking at Fellapox and KZ, if you had to pick an MVP between the 2 of them, which one do you think you'd go for more in this game?
It's really tough because they started off just neck and neck. But throughout the first, I'd say 90% of the game, you gotta give it to KZ. Sure, Fellapox popped off a lot at the end of the game, but that Soulless clutch was absolutely ridiculous. It's hard for me to even put in words what that man did, and his stats just speak for themselves.
I think it was more him taking a G36C and just walking straight into Generator. I think it was round 7 or round 8. Yep. Immediately gets 3 kills. It looks like everyone on Tropicals is just feeding directly into him. They can't stop this man. He didn't have any entry stats, but he also didn't need it because all of his kills came in the mid-round. They were incredibly impactful on top of that Soulless clutch. There really isn't anything that this man can't do. So to have him get the MVP honor in spite of being a little bit lower rated than Fellapox, I think is definitely worth it because we can't give it to the highest rated player every single time. And this is still a fantastic stat line to have for a game that didn't have that many rounds incorporated at all. So congratulations to W7M. But now the question is that about as much as we could have expected for a team that was 2nd place at the Invitational? We've only played best of 1 so far, but is this about as good as we could have asked them to be coming into this stage having 2 new players?
Honestly, I'm glad that they got their hiccup out of the way during the group stage where the stakes aren't necessarily as high, and they're still going to be able to confirm that 1 seed most likely. So as we go into the VO3s, their map pool that we've already talked about is really going to shine. They're going to make some teams uncomfortable. They should, in theory, be stronger, as well as getting that hiccup and that dropped game back from behind them. It seems like the road ahead is clear.
Yeah, we want them to keep on continuing whatever good form that they had to go to international competition, and at least looks domestically like they are on the right track to doing so. But that is all for game number 1. Now we're going to migrate groups. We're going to go from Group A into Group B because game 2 on deck, Team Liquid against Magic Squad. This is also Team Liquid's final game of the group stage. They've gotten points in every single game so far, which is fantastic. And for Magic Squad, it's been far more up and down, but they've at least managed to keep games close so far.
Yeah, and when you look at the good old boys in Team Liquid, the first thing that pops in my head is the first place attacking rank. In a league that definitely swings to the defender side, these boys have some ridiculous stats on the attacking front, even with a new piece spearheading their roster, and that's incredibly impressive.
I mean, on both attack and defense, there's a really big discrepancy between, it's at least 2 positions off in terms of how far ahead of the curve Liquid are over Magic Squad. And specifically for Liquid, they're showing signs of doing everything right. They've gotten points in every game so far in spite of the overtime loss last week. And again, they're only playing best of ones right now, but it looks like they are pretty firmly in their honeymoon period with Volps on this team.
Yeah, especially when the loss last week was such a heartbreaking defeat. It was El Clasico, Jacob, but thankfully Team Liquid has had an entire week to really lick their wounds and evaluate what went wrong on Clubhouse. And if you go from a pure statistics standpoint, it is kind of easy to identify what went wrong because they really did get dominated in the early round.
Yeah, if we talk about that specifically, it's been such a big reason for why they've had so much success starting out this stage. It will continue to be the catalyst and probably even their win condition based on how well they end up doing to start rounds off.
Yeah, right now we've already talked about #1 ranked attacking win percentage, as well as a very high, I believe, 2nd place defensive win percentage with very, very, very good opening kill percentages. They get on the board fast, and it's mainly the 2 guys that you see on the screen, Volps as well as Palu, getting in, getting early map control, getting those kills, but it's up to the rest of the team with the high conversion rates that they're able to play with the man advantage so incredibly well.
Yeah, a guy like Volps will always on defense be looking to like scout for that opening pick, almost like Sweater on OXG in a lot of cases back when he played for Beast Coast. It would be that same kind of hunter's mentality, and that's exactly why Volps has been brought into this team. But I think it's mostly down to the fact that whenever that opening pick is found, Liquid have been able to turn it into something worthwhile. The fact that they don't have a conversion percentage go below 82% is insane. So every time we see Liquid get an opening kill, expect that to manifest in a Liquid victory, because that's been a trend over the past couple of games so far.
Yeah, and the one thing, also, if they hadn't gone 5-10 against FaZe last week, those numbers would be even more juiced.
True, right. So if we don't have another overtime game on the cards, it's just going to keep on looking better for Liquid. It could look a lot better for Liquid, but Connor, as things stand right now, those numbers are already about as good as we could have expected them.
Oh yeah, it's so incredibly strong, and it should give Magic Squad nightmares considering they're kind of on the opposite end of the spectrum where they aren't necessarily as impressive in the attacking or defensive side, especially for entry 9-15. That is a little bit rough, but this is still a relatively new squad, mainly with the one man and second from the left being Horny Tao, kind of the crown jewel of this roster and sometimes the only light source.
Right, but for Magic Squad, they're 12-12 on rounds they've played so far. They had that 7-5 win over NIP, and then the 5-7 loss to Los 1 last weekend to wrap it up. Again, still only 2 games to be played, but Hornatao is the highest rated player of anybody in this league so far. He's over Palu, he's over Volps, he's having himself a really good stage, but like you mentioned, it might be the really only thing that Magic Squad have in their back pocket that's working well currently.
I want to put an asterisk on the point that you just said that yes, he's putting on a clinic in Brazil and he is the most dominant, highest rated player in the region. But if that's not impressive enough for you, it's actually the entire freaking world. He's the #1 rated player across all competitions in T1 right now in this new Blast ecosystem, whether he's insta-locking the Ash and getting that map control fast and efficiently, or we even see him on the Warden sometimes, just whipping out the 1.5, using that crutch that some people say to just obliterate attackers. He's looked so dang good every round. He's been consistent with the 2Ks, the 3Ks, always lighting up the score.
I don't want to draw a direct comparison, so it's not 1-for-1. Reminding me a lot of when Blaz played for Parabellum in the NAL in Stage 3 last year, where he was the statistical leader and he was showcasing exactly what he was made of, but it sometimes doesn't translate to team success all the time. And if it did, we might be looking at a 2-0 Magic Squad right now. But it's like, you have that part of the puzzle already solved. You know that Hornatao is going to be playing fantastic, but can that translate to more wins? That's something that you have to figure out, especially when they are really deficient on the attack. If Team Liquid are in first, Magic Squad are in 6th, so there's a really, really big difference between how both of them perform on attack. And if Hornetau is the tip of that spear, the rest of the team definitely needs to pick things up. Speaking of picking things up, what map are we picking up for this one, Connor?
You know, less data on MGS does indeed help them, because their map pool really looks all over the place. They've played 4 different maps as a roster, and their only win is indeed on Bank. However, Bank, it's probably not in the card due to a really high ban percentage from Team Liquid, and they go ahead and ban it out first. So, meaning that we have Cafe as kind of a hook map. That's the next overlap that I see in the bans, and in theory, this is where Liquid would really want to force Magic Squad to be the one to ban that map, but they're really super in control of this phase, so they can even take the hit. They're still comfortable in their lead, that they can be the ones to take off the Cafe and still push everything forward to a map that they're going to be strong on in the form of Oregon. For Liquid, their recent form, they're 7-1 on this roster.
7-1
only one,
on this
one
map?
play for
This roster? This map?
This map.
There you
They're
go.
7-1 on this map with this roster, as opposed to Magic Squad. They've played it once. Guess the result.
They lost it once.
Yes, they did lose it. They have not won on this map yet.
Well, for Liquid, they go to a different map for every single game that they play in the group stage. And again, if they were to get 3 points, it helps them, especially for locking in first place. But they already are confirmed for playoffs, and it's really more of a matter of whether Magic Squad themselves are able to get any points off of Team Liquid. Just looking again at the implications, and again, thank you very much to Super Bunny for that. It looks like Liquid are really just trying to increase their lead, and Magic Squad will be a different challenge and a different set of objectives to complete on this one. But let's talk to our casters real quick. Let's talk to Gibson and Whippet one more time. Gentlemen, this question goes for both of you because it's the same kind of idea. It's the same question as game number 1. Because this is Liquid's last game, what's it going to take for Magic Squad to prevent them from maximizing their points potential in this match? Whippet?
Oh, this is a difficult one because I think going to Oregon for Liquid, while it's a map that they're dominant on, they're locked in for playoffs, so they're not going to show any of the more developed maps at this point. This might be them beginning to save on just a little bit. I think for Liquid, the key for them is just to play normal. They're not going to overextend and they're not going to take any risks. But with Hornetau being as hot as he is right now in everywhere, that's going to be the big thing for Magic Squad. Can they enable him, and can they enable him throughout all the rounds, attack and defense, and can they capitalize and convert on the space and pressure he creates?
Gibson, what are you thinking?
I kind of agree with him. You got to enable Hornetau and you got to disable Volps. Take him out of the game. Don't let him have the big impact because he has been incredible for Liquid so far. That's, I think, Magic Squad's best shot. Get Volps out of the picture nice and early. Enable Hornetau. Get everyone else involved. And then just play objective because they've got a pretty good rating so far in the rounds where they actually have got the case down.
Yeah, and it's an especially prevalent point because Liquid is defending on Oregon first, and we don't need to talk about the way that this map typically tends to swing, so it looks like Magic Squad are going to have more of an uphill battle. It's a matter of surviving that first half to a point where they can allow Hornetau to pop off on defense like he's been doing so far in this stage. But gentlemen, thank you very much. We'll get into this game as fast as we possibly can because, again, Team Liquid are just trying to see if they can secure first place. And Connor, do you really think there's a chance for Magic Squad to steal any points in this matchup or no?
I think it's going to be incredibly difficult, and I actually wanted to counter Gibson's points where it's, hey, if Hornetau pops off and is able to negate out Volps, I'm sorry, Magic Squad, Palu still clears your entire team. They have a two-headed prong. And Oregon, in my opinion, is the most difficult map in the pool currently to really take over, especially when you have a really one-headed dragon team that we've seen with Magic Squad. It would be so difficult for Hornetau to just completely take over a map, especially against a strong 5-man roster, that it's not a great matchup.
Well, we've kind of been billing this whole thing as Hornetau against Liquid, but we'll see if that makes itself manifest in the server when we come back after a very short break. Liquid and Magic Squad, don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, and everyone. And up next, we have one of the most played maps in all of Siege against one of the most storied teams in all of Siege. It is Liquid against Magic Squad on Oregon. But guys, this morning, I got a text from a very, very excited caster. And I asked him why he was excited, and it's because Liquid was playing. Whippet, why do you get so excited every time you get the chance to cast the side?
Okay, so Liquid's always been my favorite team in VR. I'm sure if you've seen my socials, I was very lucky recently to get a lovely DM from Team Liquid where they gave me the brand new R6 share bundle on Twitch. So I guess I've got to be a Liquid fan today. I think I've got to stick with that one, Gibby. I can't cheer against them anyway. But now I really can't cheer against them anyway. Now, a good thing I put them down on my predictions for this one. But this is going to be a cracker matchup. Liquid are on absolute fantastic form right now. Absolutely flying so far. Volps has gelled with his team brilliantly. This is going to be a fun matchup to watch.
It's going to be a great one. It looks like the whole team has been rejuvenated by the addition of Volps. But look, this is a best of one. So maybe Magic Squad could conjure up some magic to get a win on this one on Oregon. Now, this is a map that every single team should know the ins and outs of. I'd say most of these players could probably walk around the whole interior of this map with their eyes closed at this point. Well, but with that being the case, whenever we get to the operator bans, who do you think is key to remove out of play?
Oh, there's a lot of options. There are certainly. I mean, you can imagine like the default ones. You can see a Thatcher Kaid ban. That's not going to be too far out of the realm of possibility. No, I don't like it necessarily. I think it's a little bit boring. But those are potentials, and Ying, actually, next up on my list, a huge high-impact execution-based operator. Those are very strong on maps like this, especially when you think about that basement side. How often does that come down to the last 10, 15 seconds where you need to make a mad push to E-Box? A Ying is very useful for that. Second ban going out is going to be that Nomad, and not really the most common ban we tend to see, but I think that makes the intent very clear about what Magic Squad might do on the defense.
Yeah, I think there might be a bit of roaming going on here and a bit of flanking going on. Azami removed, a ban that's always good one. And I'm going to play the Whippet card. I'm going to say Valk will probably be the next one to be removed. Look, anytime I ask you which defense...
don't call
it is.
It's the
Whippet card. And it's always the last ban as well. It's always Valk, and it's always the last ban. And it's going to be... okay.
This is why you don't go and say, oh, I'm playing the Whippet card. It's going to be Valk because it was smoke, Gibby. It was smoke. I wasn't going to say smoke. I did actually know it was going to be smoke. And you can't prove I didn't know that because I'm brilliant.
So, but I want to ask you one question though.
Oh, no.
Obviously, we've got the new share scheme going on.
Okay, yep. Yeah, go on then.
Isn't it so good that they've been given so much creative license this year? You know, the liquid backdrop, you look at the G2 one, you look at the CAG one. Those player cards are so much more fun this year.
Obviously, Liquid's the best one, obviously.
Yeah, because you're actually paid to say that now. This is a hashtag ad as we look at the stats from Spurbuni. So, obviously, for Liquid, a first place finish here will all but secure top spot for them with an 84% chance. You said the fact already in the pre-show that they're already confirmed top 3, so they're not going to show anything revolutionary here on the defense. But for Magic Squad, the stats really do matter. They are gunning hard over for that regulation win, because if they get a regulation win, 89% is a pretty good chance of making that top 3.
They want to get all 3 points. It's a very basic statement. I think the competitive team wants to win and optimize the amount of points they get. Of course they do. They really want to get themselves that 3 points. 89% chance basically all but locks them in for that position in top 3, gets them to phase 2 of Brazil, and that's where they can begin their ascendancy to potentially find themselves a place at the Copenhagen Major, which is just around the corner.
Like it.
The Magic Squad, well, they're going to try and put a curse on Liquid. They're going so fast, so aggressive, straight away, but Resets gets one, finds himself traded. Laguna sits and waits and finds one more. Resets gets another one, and very, 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 very quickly, it's a 4 versus 2. I appreciate it, Magic Squad. I like the technology. It was deployed. However, had a hard counter, and it was called all of Liquid being ready for it. It felt like just holding on the site. And Rare kind of left on an island as well. His teammate not already in any close proximity to him. So I don't want to say the round's already won, but the round's mostly already won.
This is the scenario that you get when 30, there's only 30 seconds gone, and you have 2 players left alive with their hands in the head going, how are we going to win this one now? It's a 4v2. How do you win it? You start isolating these picks and winning your 1v1s. You're playing against a team like Liquid, though. If you look at the silhouette split, but they've got 2-2s. They're literally playing a 2-2 split right now, so that if Magic Squad are able to isolate one of them, the player is there for the refrag. There's a clear defensive plan now in place for Liquid. GDN's going to begin rotating down to the graveyard, where most of his team are currently lying already outside of this round. 1 minute and 24 seconds. And how does he do it? Well, the first off will be the Capital Bolt. Going to time it, puts it inside the closet. Lagonis is going to fall. That's 2 1v1s isolated, and the back players were not able to swing and get the refrag back the other way, but Lagonis back on his feet, and that's going to be Volps getting his one. GDN now stuck in the corner, and he's going to get taken down again. Another one on the board for Volps.
Yeah. So that round, as much as we wanted to perhaps build up anticipation for that final few seconds and that last-ditch effort, was won in the initial stage. Magic Squad try to get fast, get aggressive, get a little bit cheeky with it, and I appreciate that from them. However, you're going up against side like Liquid. You give them even a whisper of that one, and they played together. They were very reactive to it and had a perfect trade already set up and established. Well played from them. And I'm going to say, almost scratched at opening round from the record. I don't think that's going to be a true prediction of how Magic Squad are going to play, but the Amaru's in play, and that's either going to be something like go in from his window or take T3 very, very quickly. It's either one of those two options.
I think the more likely one's going to be tier 3. It's what we see Amaru do. You go in through tier 3, you clear that tower as quick as possible, you get the wall open towards Attic, because as of late, teams like to leave 1 or 2 players in Attic. The Attic player has 2 jobs. One, you defend the Attic side itself. The other one is you use the mirror window that Lagonis has just put down to defend Master Bedroom as well. So that's a clear line in the sand that's being drawn by Team Liquid. If you can open up Attic, it makes that job a little bit easier. And it looks like Liquid have actually set it up to extend out that far as well. So as we've lost the Amaru, so that we're not going to see that quick move inside of tier 3 weapon, but you've still got the Ashe on the board. And if you've got an Ashe, you like to get in the building pretty quickly.
Normally it's Hornet on the Ashe, but this time they swapped around the roles. Rare and Hornet now have swapped a little bit. Hornet's going to be on that Yana, brings those nades. Gomez brings out once again that knock. I'm curious to see how this is going to work, and with the amount of nades they have available to them, they've got 4 sets of grenades, so 2 of course split between 2 operators. Or are they going to try and use those nades down below an area like kitchen or bottom right? Those are very predictable areas that you can use to, without great information, be able to find out where people are and catch them.
So Rare has got himself inside of the tower now. Hornet's holding the white push, as this is a cross that we see get held quite a bit from sides, as you wait for a defender to try to rotate back to site or rotate back into sight, or back out of sight, sorry, to maybe get a flank going, and you wait there for maybe another 20-30 seconds. Volps is the player that would be the one that's most likely to get caught out by that one. He's clearly got a job. He is holding freezer stairs to make sure that nobody pushes up through basement as the Gone 6 rings out in the distance. But we're about the halfway point in the round now, and nothing major has really happened as of yet.
The thing I'm looking at right now from Liquid is this is exactly how I predict they're going to play. They're not going to overextend. They're not going to give away free picks, but Volp's going to be able to find one. Hornet looks at opening, but he gets slapped back down. They're aware he's inside security now. Hatch isn't watching. Gomez to swing around, gets one, and he collapses beautifully and get that control. So security falls, and these are the nades down below that I was mentioning, that they can begin to start raining them up. But without solid information, you're relying on catching people in that default position. Now, no one's going to be there from Liquid, so a good levels trade-off, 4 versus 4, and look at the time, just a minute left to work with, and Magic Squad don't have a lot of real estate to realistically work with at this stage.
Yeah, so now Vert's being created to see if they can catch any defenders inside of that corner position for maybe a master window take a little bit later inside the round. But it looks like Liquid are ready for that one as well. They've got everybody holding that angle. Lagonis just waiting on white stairs. The beeper going off will feed a little bit more information to Liquid again. But this plays into their hands. Yes, the sides are level with manpower 4 each. But Liquid know exactly where this push is coming from.
30 seconds, and Magic Squad don't have a lot of options to work with at this stage, so they'll just go one by one. Liquid will lock this down and hold their crosses. The flashbang goes out. The Nook sends it deep, but Lagonas will catch it. TCSG will rip through Hates. And once again, on the 4 versus 2, Magic Squad have got no real options but to go with the direct avenue. They've got themselves set up in a position where they can't exactly trade. A drop to White Stars happens, but Lagonas' C4 soars and sinks to find one more, and Paulu gets in on the action for a quick second. And Liquid completely lock them out yet again. Liquid are going to make this a tough day in the office. Magic Squad have struggled all stage long on that offensive side, and things might not change, especially considering that we're on a map like Oregon.
Exactly, and it is against Liquid, a very experienced side, and they added in Volps. And this is what I'm going to ask you the question, because we didn't actually get a chance to talk about it that much.
I'm fearful every time I think about asking me a question. What are you cooking?
How much of a coup do you think it was for Liquid to actually steal Volps away from W7M?
Oh. You know what? I think it probably caused a little bit of shockwaves across all the Brazilian players. I think, oh, Volps went to Liquid? I mean, huge organization, huge history. Why not take that move? Perfect time to do it. I have to say, though, Volps has joined this team, and as you mentioned on the desk, has reinvigorated them. Liquid of SI looked deflated. They looked a little bit sad. And this has been an energized version of the team that's arrived, you know. They're not so heavy and reliant on Nesk and Paulu being that tip of the spear. We've seen Volps trying to find that. And that's, I think, put a little bit of more kind of a relaxed vibe back in this team. They're not fighting so difficult for it. They're not struggling as much. I really do like how they've seen, and I've got it in my notes here, actually. Funny enough, I've written one line about Volps for this game, and it simply is, he is that guy. So, I've enjoyed him so far.
He is. So would you say it's no longer a spear but more a trident?
Yeah, I think a trident would be a perfect way to describe the front line of a side like Liquid.
So we'll move into the next round. I think hits. Yeah, there we go. I was expecting that to happen. We knew that one was coming once the player was sat for that long at the start of the round. So we'll get a rehost going for that. But Whip It, it's probably a good timed rehost, though, for the side of Magic Squad, because Liquid dominated both those rounds. And it's not a case where they tried to do the same thing twice either. The first round, they attempted to rush down main stairs. Didn't work out. The second round, they tried the more slow, methodical approach. And again, it didn't work out. So they've kept Liquid on their toes, but they've seemed unflappable so far.
I think right, the intention behind that initial rush was to maybe try and set the tempo for the game. If that worked, it could have been a very different story. Unfortunately, it fell completely flat. Liquid weren't ready for it, but they reacted to it. All of a sudden, when the opening pick arrives, they were able to get that trade, and then they reacted, all right, there's been a rush, and we know what to do with this situation. That second round, where it slowed down a little bit, the problem was, for Magic Squad, Liquid didn't give them anything. There was one player down below in security, and Volps wanted to get himself a 1-for-1. At that point, Liquid are going to hold angles. They're not going to be in dangerous positions. The up lanes didn't land because there's no information on those players. You're then left trying to walk up White Stairs, vault in big window, and we saw how that went. It was an absolute massacre. They need to find a way to get that opening pick. Hornet's been so good at it so far, but that's when teams have given them the opportunity to do so. They're going to need to work really hard for their openings on a map like Oregon.
But even look at their first pick on that one. It was getting Volps outside of security. And you've got 3 resources as an attack inside, really. You've got your utility, you've got your man count, and you've got the time. They used so much of their manpower and their time to clear Volps from security. He sat there for 2 minutes. They used the buck. They had players holding the cross. Liquid would... If Volps dies every single round, but it takes Magic Squad 1.5 minutes to 2 minutes to clear him every single time, that's a trade Liquid would take every single time they're offered it.
I mean, not like you'll take that trade for anyone though. Like you lose anyone, and they were able to drain away a minute, maybe more of control in a key area. That's realistically worth it. The issue to me, and I'm looking at this, is the level of coordination that Magic Squad are gonna need to get that opening pick is really high. And Liquid have banned away a key operator that you can use for those high level of coordination takes of the Ying. You can't flash out a key area and get yourself that freebie, which then opens up a round. You need to rely on drones and very clever utility work. That's going to be difficult when you're against a team as structured and as experienced as Liquid on a map as linear as Oregon.
So we move to the tertiary site. Liquid have decided that they're going to play meeting and kitchen, a site where control of that top floor becomes very important. That hatch that we can see on our screen right now inside of Attic is a spot that both the defenders and the attackers love to use to their benefit, because it essentially means that if you control that hatch, you control all of stage, you control all the way towards the desks, and that's a massive area of that site. Because the one thing about this site for sure, but meeting is one of the larger ones in all of Siege by itself, without even adding in kitchen.
Yeah, there's a lot of area you need to hold on to, and this backstairs area becomes so prevalent. The amount of time you see the final execution happen here, but it all really revolves around if you can clear upstairs, because that's where the primary force of the defense of Liquid will be situated. That's where they'll be holding on. If you can clear that, you're in a great position. Otherwise, you're going to really struggle in this round.
So the round is 45 seconds in already as Lagonis plays inside the kitchen, gets himself vaulted up on top of that desk with Echo, who can have a big impact in the late round. He can also have an impact during the round too, as teams have elected very recently to start using that Echo drone as essentially a Mozzie drone as well. They just go around the map, try to work out where those attackers are coming from, and then enabling your defenders to get picks off of that information. So Dokkaebi has already snuck in towards elbow, and an operator again, but when you look at the lineup that Team Liquid have, Dokkaebi's a great counter. You make that phone call ring, all of the Vault cams are gone, and the echoes are gone too for those 5-10 seconds.
It gives you that window, that brief moment for that execution, which so many teams have used since that change was integrated. Up spot that drone, try and clear it out, and he knows he's realistically safe to overextend, but he won't commit too much longer to it. Nice charge goes off in the distance as well. I believe that opens up some pressure towards backstage, but Volp's in a very strong position with the laser gate blocking it in, so he can't get near it out realistically. There's no way to clear him easily. You can't push him out, so you can't really take that control into the trophy, which means it's going to be even harder for upstairs. And with a minute left to go, 10 players still alive in the server, but no real estate, no map control upstairs from Magic Squad. And Liquid, once again, they're playing very reserved, very passive, and they're not overextending. The opening pick will go for Hornet. Lagonis is going to be the first to fall, and Liquid don't find a trade. Paulo needs to win this fight, but ultimately falls to Hate. And this is where Magic Squad need to collapse right now. 40 seconds, and they have the advantage. Can they make this site hit stick? Well, resets. He's still upstairs, and kids, he's got the hatch to work with. While his phone might buzz in the pocket, he can make a wonderful rotation. And Nesk alone on stage. Where is Magic Squad going to make this hit arrive?
Well, Volps is rotating down through main stairs as well. Gomez gets that pick onto Nesk, making it a 5v2, and this is very good from Magic Squad. The only thing that might be a problem is the time. 15 seconds to go. Oryx still dominating the hatch. Gets one. It's a 4v2 now, and that's a big one. Volps sneaks his way through as well, but it's a 1v4. Oh no, the timing could be perfect. He can't see the feet, but he will get himself as one. But the case has gone down. No ankles will be moved. No Achilles heel on this Magic Squad post plant. Volps though does get another pick. It's a 1 versus 2 now. All you got to do is hold your cross and play off the contact. Do not give Volps 2 1v1s. Ideally, you want to get a player back on vertical control. Drone will give away his position. 24 seconds to go. Going to start to tap that kiss, and Hits is going to peek and get the kill. Much better from Magic Squad there, as they were able to make the numbers count.
The big thing for that was the opening pick happened. Liquid didn't trade it. They found a second one. Very well done by a Magic Squad. The concern to me was it took a long time to get themselves into the bomb site, and it pained me. That was a must-win fight for Paulo. It slips away. He needs to win that to hold on control best he can. It'll be a different round, but lots of key engagements going the way of Magic Squad, and I'm very impressed with how they managed to hold that off. They're a little bit sluggish from going from that huge flurry of kills, that huge amount of map control gain, to getting the execution to stick and get the case down. However, they're able to convert that round and get themselves within, or get themselves their opening round in this, as Liquid go back down to the basement. I will add a caveat. That is the quote-unquote gimme site for the offense. Typically, the tertiary site's going to go to the offensive side. It's the weakest for a reason. Liquid won't be too pressed about that one, as long as they can keep their form as they go back to the basement, the primary for this team.
Yeah, and look at the lineup that they're bringing this time as well. You've got the Monty, who we again said if you're bringing him, you need to get that open and pick. But he can be very useful if you're trying to clear multiple areas. You can take him down through Freezer, pushing in through that construction side as well is always a pretty good one to have. But it is a utility clear lineup. You've got the Thatcher, you've got yourself the Monty, you've got Flores as well, who can get rid of a shield on elbow if Team Liquid elect to bring it. And then you've got yourself the Buck and Iana as well. And well, not a lot of verticality that you can play on this map with it, but it does enable you to move around that ground floor pretty quickly by opening up lots of rotates for your attackers.
I'm looking at the Monty, and you know my disdain for this operator. I'm so concerned every time I see a team bring him out. As you just... Again, you tie one hand behind your back, you lose one gun, and you need to play very specifically around it. Magic Squad have been pretty slow, and I think that's their style. They're very methodical. They're trying to hold on best they can, but now, there's the problem. Opening pick, guess who finds it? Who else but Volpson? Now, you've kind of... the ultimate sin. You've lost the opening fight with a Monty on your side. Now you've got 3 active guns to work with. Very huge. That's a huge opening for Liquid.
It is, and you look at the position of these mirror windows as well. It makes it very difficult to push down through Freezer. It makes it very difficult to push through Laundry. Last time around, they brought themselves the Capital, which was assuming that there would have been a mirror playing inside a closet, but Monty is going to get that hatch open. Rare will drone out Laundry as well, and he'll find out that there is a barricaded door. There is a mirror window looking that direction. And this is the thing. Unless you drone behind the window, you have to assume there's a player there. So even if there's nobody playing inside of closet, you gotta assume there is.
Yeah, unless you have an active drone continuously telling you it's clear, there's always that little goblin in the back of your brain going, am I gonna get swung? Who's there? Oh no. It's always that doubt, that little bit of hesitation that will slow you down. And this is what the push is going to be. So we're going to try and walk a Monty down backstairs and try and get that control of pillar, maybe even highway. They spot one player inside of Shaiko and they needed to try and clear that up, but so am I. So you can't do a whole lot with your nades, and you've only got 2 of them to work with on Hates, who's all the way outside by barrels. He'll try and creep his way in the blue and does so, but guess what? Resets is there with a TCSG and finds him. He'll take control in barrel, meaning it's going to be Gomez will drop, but he's going to be, nope, he's going to get, Reset's going to catch him napping instead. 30 seconds and Monty's alone on that back set of stairs. Ray will find one, a beautiful shot onto Lagonis. But GDN in a very difficult position at this stage. You'd imagine it will be all but over. 20 seconds. He might have the fuser in hand. No matter how many times you ask Pengu for the tips, it just won't land.
I do think that the Siege School isn't designed for it being a Monty, though. You know, for being real. 20 seconds left.
Oh, no.
Fuser in hand.
Don't chase him. Don't feed him. Don't feed the Monty. Perfect, Paulu. Perfect from Paulu.
Yeah. Use utility. Don't threaten giving up your life on this one and giving Monty a chance. But yeah, it's, again, Monty without the case down as your last player alive, no real chance whatsoever. Another thing, no smoke. No problem. Reset's playing on the elbow instead with the shotgun. The TCSG is able to shut down that Magic Squad attack as well. And you know, you could see what they were trying to do. You spoke about Monty pushing down through pillar. He was going to try to push the Shaiko player closer to construction so that your player pushing through construction could get that free pick onto the Wamai. In theory, it looked really good. But theory doesn't really take into, you know, writing that theory down doesn't really take account for the fact that resets is resets. And he's absolutely cracked on the sticks.
Well, he's on MNK actually, Gibby, not on the sticks.
Yeah, I know, but it's a saying. Well, but it's a saying.
Yeah, but I can't let you be right about anything, can I?
It doesn't have the same ring to it. This kid, he's cracked on the M&K. It doesn't have that same ring.
One thing, kind of, in the inverse of that one, Nesk, since the recount, yet to find the mark. Liquid's still winning, though, so is it that much of an issue? I really think so.
No, again, these players are mature. Nesk and Paul have been around the scene a long time. If you offer them a 0 and 7
Volp's gonna get one, by the way. Volps is literally... Oh, no! I cursed it! Go on, Volps. Get it. Oh, no, come on. Come on. Yes. Ah, millimeters off. I love that one from Volps.
He's doing this just to annoy you. It's the only reason he did it. But that's... My point was, they'll take no kills if the team wins. They put the team ahead of themselves.
Okay.
Is that all you gotta say? Just okay. You're gonna do me dirty like that.
Yeah? Okay. No, move on. Give me next point from you. Come on.
Next point. So, with 2 minutes left inside the round. Now, Resets is playing up on top of T3. The phone call coming in will reveal his position to any attackers that are nearby, and one of those will be Gomez, who is playing on the buck. But there's two there that you got to worry with. One on the top of T3. Shotgun blasts. Resets sets him back down to the ground. Hornet now moving to white stairs, but this is looking good for Team Liquid in round 5. They've got the numerical advantage already. There's 1 minute and 45 seconds left to go. Hits is on the move. But they're still trying to clear these players in tier 3, and Rare is going to have to go all the way up that next set of stairs, and you just got the feeling that there's a cross being held there too. So for the Ash, get active, go make something happen. You got a Glacier after all.
Look how separate Magic Squad are, though. They're not playing together. They're not there for trades. They're playing like 5 individuals, probing, looking for... There's 5 Cryans, basically. They're all trying to do their own separate thing. Volp's gonna peek out main door, get 1. He'll find himself traded. That's all well and good. Damage done. 4 versus 3, just over a minute to work with. So get themselves that trade. As I mentioned, their lack of ability to do so. But they're so separate from each other in a lot of these rounds. The very scary thing in Liquid, well, look how close they are. They're almost playing in that buddy system. Hates will probe and look and try to find a way up that white stairs. But Nest is gonna swing wide and get him and find that opening. Just going to be GDN now and left on DBNO, and Hates going to be the last one standing. He'll try his best, but again, you're going to walk into a Nightmare's crossfire. How many angles or how many players will watch you directly? The flashbang will only telegraph where you're coming from, and I think it's only a matter of seconds until Liquid should be able to lock out this round.
Yeah, so Capcan traps and moves, so he does give himself a fighting chance to at least use the barrel of his gun in this 1 versus 4 scenario. GDN is too far away now. The time is not long enough for Hates to get out there and get that res. You got to try and make something happen. A peek towards the bomb chassis. Nothing to be found this time around. So I think with 19 seconds left, you're just trying to get your freebies. Where can I find my ones? Still doubting himself, stepping in. Palu does get that one confirmed onto GDN. Hits makes it a 1v3. But that's that. That's another round win for Team Liquid. They're guaranteed at the very least a 4-2 split on Oregon, which is pretty much what you want on defense. But let's be real with it. The way they're playing, there's every chance they could go into this one 5-1.
Yeah, the Liquid are in a very dominant position, right? So stylistically, this is a very difficult day in the office Magic Squad, right? They're a team that's been struggling in the offense all stage 1. Liquid, one of the best teams in their group on that defensive stat line. What map we went to? Oregon. Historically, one of the most defender-favored maps that we've ever seen. And the way Liquid's playing only compile that issue. You have to work so hard to get their opening pick, and by the time you've done that, you've got less than half the round, and you could have lost 2 or 3 bodies to get that initial map control. Very, very difficult one for Magic Squad. Liquid are managing this game perfectly. This is the type of performance I think you'd come in, you'd look at this on paper, and you'd expect so far. And different tertiary site brought out this time. We're going to go dining and kitchen instead of meeting room. A different story, and I'd imagine you'll see a lot of kind of high activity, maybe out towards small tower. Maybe it'll be a take from that meeting. I expect a lot of pressure to be directed just by drone placement towards that small tower.
Yeah, that mirror, by the way, is not going to be played with a player right on top of it, because if they get control of white window, you're going to easily get that pick. That's more so for the players inside dining to see through towards that shower's door. So, as you said, a lot of activity will come from that small tower side, with the site being different than kitchen meeting as well. It means that the most important vertical control on this map is around that that bunks part of the map. And you can see a straight line. So basically, Liquid have drawn a line across the sand towards showers, and they're saying this is where we're going to hold most of our defense.
It's a very pretty much strictly divided up front line. That's what Liquid will try and hold. No one's playing in the sites directly, but they're just kind of waiting for pressure to arrive. The big thing that kind of perks my interest is Hates on that glass, right? Has that ability to throw out the smokes, have all of that thermal vision that scope gives you, and be able to have that massive control, that massive pressure. You'll hear that DMR go off a couple of times and Liquid won't want to peak. But the problem is, will they get to use that? Will they be able to utilize that efficiently? Because there's a lot of utility to try and deny that. 3 C4 is available for the side of Liquid. They can choke that one out pretty easily.
Minute and 42 seconds, you've still got the thermite, but you do need to get that wall open, which is exactly what they're going to do now. So now you can start smoking it out and using glass to the best of the ability, and GDN's going to step in and go left and go to get the case down. Palu is going to get taken down from that window and wipe, but reset C4 is completely going to ruin the plan for Magic Squad, as now you lose the case in the middle of sight. Liquid now with 4 bodies against 4 bodies. Rare Hates and Gomez off on that side need to make something happen. Well, but that's the thing, I said that Mira, you can't play on it because you're going to get taken down. They got a player on white window and the player was taken down. Simple as.
Simple as. Enough said realistically in that situation. Gimme. Right now, the Dokumi calls go out. They're trying to put as much pressure on as they can. Now, the initial idea of this push was to dump your smokes and force the plant. Now, looking towards glass, look at the top of your screen. There's no smokes left. They brought 4, they've got none available. Thermite's dead, you lost 2 on the side of glass. Now, your entire execution, the entire philosophy of the round that you're going into, gone. You need to adapt on the fly, and you've got 30 seconds to do it. So it's going to be down to if you can win your ones, and if you have Nest to deal with, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Gomez falls, and while you might have players upstairs, this round might just wind out to the timer. 20 seconds to work. Cases in small tower. They'll likely know they'll have a yokai drone to relay information, and Magic Squad can't trade each other, so it's just going to be separate ones. Rare's going to try and stick this. Lagonis gets his team at a Hornet. Rail gets 1, but it's only going to be a consolation at this stage. As the Liquid, oh, maybe not, maybe not. Volp shuts it down.
That's the round 1 as Volps is able to pick that one up with the shotgun. Whip it. It looks like Magic Squad on attack forgot their ones. 5-1-1 for Team Liquid.
You've been sitting on that one for how long?
20 seconds. I thought of it 20 seconds ago. I was like, I gotta get it in.
The people at home have no idea. Right, when we get to the last game of the day, FaZe NIP, Gibby has... Gibby's got a line that he wants to say, and he's going to say it a lot. And I already know it, and I've enraged myself thinking about it, Gibby.
I deny those allegations vehemently. That is...
What does that word even mean? What was that word?
It's just a fancy way of saying a lot, like with a lot of passion, a lot of gusto.
I didn't know you had that level of grammar in your lexicon.
The last time we casted, you were speaking about aquifers, Whip it. You can say nothing.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean?
You have to say something, actually. You are working, and this is your job, so I suppose you do have to speak. I'll give you that.
I don't even know what you're saying. What are you rambling about, old man?
Oh, we move into round 7. We'll put 5-1 lead for Team Liquid. If they can win this next round on attack, puts them on the match point nice and early. You've always been a big proponent of saying round 7 is the most important round in any competitive map.
Oh, yes. You remember my catchphrase, Gibby. Thank you for that one. But yes, it is one of the most important rounds because it's that swap, right? It's the attack and defense in this game are 2 different games, essentially. If you can carry momentum from defense to offense, you're going to be in complete control. You're going to be laughing all the way to the bank, and Liquid are going to try and do that best they can here. Basement, this is seen as the defensive gimme. It's a very difficult one to break down. It requires a lot of heavy coordination and a decent amount of map control. You see a lot of teams sometimes going for that west side clear, but Liquid are very adamant. They're just doing a very simple push and putting pressure on towards big tower as well as meeting, and this could work out very well for them. That more direct approach could be huge as, well, the Maverick tries to get that initial entryway. Hornet escapes just in time. He's alive.
So Maverick will work on getting that hatch open. A big part of this plan, of course, will get those hatches open, and then it opens up the ability to go for that drop. Monty brought a game that you pointed out a little bit earlier, and let's see if Liquid are going to be able to use just a little bit different, I suppose. The big difference here is that Magic Squad don't have a mirror, so Monty can push down these areas a little bit more safely, a little bit more secure. Big problem, though. 3 C4s in the back pocket of Magic Squad, so Monty doesn't want to get too close to the splash zone of those.
Again, the shield does at least some favor to stopping that damage, but not enough. And Monty's alone here for Liquid. Again, he'll get control. The Monty will be able to walk in. Lagonis' job right now is to put pressure via that area and make, turn guns towards it, give them that active threat to worry about. but he's alone. No one's going to be able to trade him if that pressure arrives. But Nesk doesn't even matter. He'll get the opening pick onto Rare, who's playing by Chala, and now the entirety of this pressure is going to arrive from Laundry Stairs. You still hold the back, you're still going to hold Blue. That C4 gets tossed deep and wonderfully lands at the feet of Paulu, but Nesk finds a second. Resets get traded, and Magic Squad come alive. It's Lagonis all alone, and he lowers his shield. His defense falls, and so does his life. Magic Squad getting themselves a second round in the defense.
Really impressive trade game, though. They set themselves up to play off each other's shoulders and pick up those trades, and that's something they didn't do enough of on attack. And I'm impressed from Magic Squad. It's a nice change for them to see them play a little bit closer together, see them have a set plan on defense, and now we move to the next round. And from their position, it was a 5-1 split for Team Liquid, so you gotta win another round, then you gotta win another. You just gotta keep whittling down that lead that Team Liquid have.
Are you saying in order to win the game of Siege, you need to win rounds of Siege?
Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying.
There's a reason why we're not on the desk.
Actually, that's a valid point, though. It's true.
Who doesn't love wonderful insight of, well, if Liquid want to win, they've got to get 2 more rounds?
I back it. I'm all for it. I'm all for it. CDAPS. I want to hear you drop that one on broadcast at some point. I'm waiting for it. So let's have a look at the stats. So to remind everybody at home, Liquid already confirmed in the top 3. Win here would give the regulation would give them an 84% chance of finishing on top spot. For Magic Squad, however, the numbers start to look a little bit bad if they get a regulation loss, because it's no longer in their own hands on making that top 3.
Yeah, they want to get themselves at least overtime, and there's a problem when you lose your life to Vulps like that. The opening pick goes to Liquid, and because I think you just got caught rotating via shower hallway, there's no trade. There's a problem. Already just like that, you've lost not only one player, but one of the most influential. You've lost your Solace. So, no ability to go down below and deny a plant in the last dying embers. No ability to read the flow where these drones are arriving. Back to an old school style of play for the rest of the side of the Magic Squad.
Would you argue about that he hates when that happens?
Oh, boo! Boo! No! No!
Well, that's a rare Gibson win.
I thought we'd get at least 2 maps with no puns, no Gibby jokes, but he's hit me with
coming at you like a bunch of hornets, mate. That's where the puns come at you like.
Get out. Get out.
Oh, I think I've just lost my job. It's been a fun run so far as Rare looks through and plays aggressively on the breach. I do like it whenever you get aggressive. Somehow he manages to avoid getting his head taken away, and he gets a pick. But Gomez is going to pick one up on the resets as well. So 3v3. Gomez is DBNO though. Vulps on the window. Makes that lion scan to freeze those defenders in place to calm down the round just a little bit more. Lagonis gets one. Nesk gets another. 3v1. Hornet is getting taken down as Vulps cleans that one up, and that attack just happened in a blink of an eye. They got players close to the breach, they got a player on the windows, and they went straight through, and Magic Squad have seen enough, and they're going to take a timeout.
It's a late one. It's a late timeout for Magic Squad. I think you could have used this a little bit sooner in this matchup. It's been a rough one for them, but it gives them that ability to reset, and they can now begin to figure out how to amend it now. I'm not the optimist you are, Gibby, so I can't sugarcoat this one in any way, shape, or form. The likelihood is Liquid are going to be able to win this round out, win this game within regulation. For Magic Squad, minimize the damage. Try your best to hold on and get that round difference as low as you can and go out swinging. Liquid, great control so far. The map has benefited them absolutely perfectly. For Magic Squad, you can't concede the opening pick. They need to play better for trades. They need to be a little bit more reactive and read into what Liquid's doing and not let them be able to poke and probe and find whatever pressure they want. And those are all difficult things to amend on a map like Oregon, especially so late. So let's see how this goes.
And it is a map that, as I said, all the players of the server know like the back of their hands. Team Liquid just need one more round in a row for that regulation win. Magic Squad need to put 4 back-to-back. But we have this thing where we work, when we work LAN events or we work in studio, games go to overtime for fun. Why is it when we go remote, whenever we work from home, games seem to end a lot quicker?
I don't know what it is. I think it's because obviously when you're in the studio, you know, you're being baked under the lights all the time. It's just to torture us, I think, best as possible. Funny enough.
But you love it.
Oh, you do. Funny enough, do you remember not so long, well, actually, no, it is very long ago at this point, but we actually got the wonderful treat of casting Liquid on LAN. Isn't that a wonderful one?
We did, and guess what?
What?
They were involved in the 5-1 swings where we saw 2 5-1 halves back to back.
It's true. Nothing will ever. We're off on a bit of a tangent here. I apologize, but one of the things that's always burnt in my mind, and one of the reasons I'll always be a Liquid fan, is I got to watch them come back from 4-1, 5-1 down against SSG on Border. What a glorious day that was.
But at this point now, though, they're the ones that took the 5-1 half, and they're the ones that took the lead against Magic Squad. And all they need to do is win this last round. For Magic Squad, you got to have an impact on this round. You got to get that open and pick. It's something that they've not done very effectively whatsoever in this game so far. And you look at the lines, you were pointing out earlier that, was it Palu was not having the biggest impact in the game?
It was Nesk.
It was Nesk. Look at him now, 6-4.
Yeah, Nesk has found his wings in this game.
He's done what you've been telling me to do for years. He woke up.
Oh, yeah, but at least he can hit his shots. And Lagonis has taken an absolute beating so far in this round. He's not going to be too healthy after that one. A single impact will be enough to lower his shield and get rid of the Monty. But a very direct push once again by Liquid. There's not really a lot to do with this. An aggressive cross, but Hornet, he's managed to get an absolute heist. He's crossed all the way across no man's land. He'll trade most of his HP for it. He manages to get there. He'll count his lucky stars for that one. But Liquid, direct, going fast and just trying to find a way in. But Magic Squad could be able to hold on.
Yes, so now Gomez will sit in position. There is a cap can, so remember, he can have an impact in this game as players step over those tripwires. But he's got himself in a little bit of a corner. He's worried that someone could push on the side. Vulpes is going to get caught by Rare inside of bedroom. Gomez is going to get one onto Palu as well. And there's another top double coming in, and there's the end of the round. And it is flawless from Magic Squad. Whip it. Match point Monty. Didn't work again.
Don't. So, Match Point Monty is one of the scariest things I have ever seen. And we'll come back to us for a brief moment. Sorry for the jump scare. I will warn you best I can for that. Well, a Match Point Monty is one of the scariest things I've ever seen. Because during our stint inside of European Challenger League, we saw basically every team that brought out Match Point Monty, they would lose that advantage or any advantage they had very quickly. You're able to get map control, but I have such a distaste, a displeasure of watching a Monty in play. I really want to see Liquid try something new, and so far at least they're opting for that.
Yeah, so we're going to move into round 10 this time around. It's 6-3 Liquid lead. One thing we haven't seen today at all being used whatsoever is Brava, and looking at the lineup that the defense has, probably not going to see it this round either. Not too much utility that you'd really want to get stealing away. But as they look now to attack...
Not a map that you'd use it either. I mean, alright. Brava,
well,
on paper...
Melusi's.
On paper, Brava's brilliant, right? Because you can hack Capcans, Melusi's, you name it, it's yours. You're going to use it for default cameras. That's what a lot of teams are going to use it for. Think about it frees up your use of drones, and that's the primary thing. Maybe you have a Melusi's use on an extended position, but on Oregon, you're not going to get the necessary value out of it that you might get on other larger, more open style of maps, which is probably why we've not seen it today a lot.
No, we might get to see it a little bit later. I really want to see Brava being used at the right time to have an impact. Right, there's a drone lost from Palu, one of his regular ones, still not electing to use those Roteros just yet. Hornet getting himself ready. He's cooking something here with it. He's getting ready to go out the window once he hears the right bit of noise. But unfortunately for him, there's nobody in the same time zone.
No one's even close. I don't know. I really appreciate the idea, right? He's...
Now there is.
Oh, build a bit of tension. He's going to go out. Out he goes. But oh, no. No. He didn't get the one. And this is the problem. He's completely revealed and double peaked. The Vulpes will find two. A calamity. An absolute catastrophe outside of Big Tower. Magic Squad lose two just like that. And Liquid look to be on the warpath. Oregon begins to slip away.
Oh, that's not what you need to happen. You gotta win that, because literally, even if you won that, there was another player there for the trade. Gomez pulls one back to make it a 4 versus 3. Rare is playing below, but you look up at the top. You need someone with a C4 playing a little bit closer to the spot as they look to get some work. Nesk being held as well on the bottom of main stairs. Still waiting on Maverick to finish opening up this hatch as we're going to get that one open and the impact comes through, but nobody is found. Gunfight comes out. Volps is going to get one on the other side of the map. Gomez, 1 HP in a dream. GDN playing inside Freezer. But the rest of the push has been opened and enabled by Liquid. Gomez does manage to get one. They can get a 3 versus 2. Laconis ends his misery though as he goes down. And it's all down to GDN. And the stats for GDN this year, not looking the best. Can he turn that one around? Case going down. 2 seconds to go. Volps gets the kill. And Liquid win that one. Whip it, no surprises whatsoever in the result again. But still, 7-3, Liquid now. They've got the 84% chance of securing top spots with all of today's games yet to be played.
Liquid get themselves those oh so important 3 points, and they'll be able to put themselves once again in complete control for this group. And a dominant 7-3 victory here in Oregon from map to style, everything stacked in their favor. A team revitalized since the addition of Volps, look to be really energized for this season, and that is basically that top seed locked in for Liquid. They played a perfect game of Oregon. It was perfect stylistically, and they executed on that absolutely brilliantly.
So now they will get ready for playing the next part of this tournament, because of course they have no more regular games to go in the season. Today was their last play day. Whip it. We'll say this though, really impressed, like you said, about Volps, the impact he has had on this team and the pressure it has taken off the big two as well. It's paid up big time for them.
It really has. I mean, that simple addition of one player that's able to relieve pressure off the likes of Nesk and Paulu has made Liquid play a little bit more open, a little bit more relaxed, and they seem to be a little bit more to how you would describe them as themselves since a pretty disappointing run of SI.
It was. So look, with that, we bring an end to that game, and what we're going to do is do what Jacob told us to do, not what CDAPS told us to do. We're going to throw to a break, and we come back, the other two will join us.
got the preferred side they wanted on Oregon, and it manifested in a full 3 points. Team Liquid, now having claimed points in every single game of their group stage, are now done with their group stage. They will worry about who they are facing in the playoffs, and they very well could secure first place in Group B as early as today, depending on the result of the NIP and FaZe Clan game later on. For Magic Squad, they simply didn't show up the way that we thought they were going to, and the whole Team Liquid versus Hornetown narrative, it didn't really manifest either.
No, it didn't materialize for it. I was expecting it to be two heavyweights going blow for blow ultimately, but it didn't really get started at all in this map, and I think stylistically, Oregon was a bit of a nightmare for Magic Squad. And I mean, on your screen here, this is Hornet. You saw the headline printed in the newspaper. They could have got a huge jump on. Unfortunately, that only led to a Volps double. Liquid domination, 7-3 victory in Oregon.
Yeah, and just dominance was the theme of this game. And when you have such a dominant stat line for Liquid, you would expect that maybe their numbers went up. But no, they've been pretty consistent across the board in that dominance, that all of these stats, they haven't really changed much because they're just still doing oh so well. 40 kills across the board. Hey, out of 10 rounds, they're averaging 4 kills. I mean, that's pretty good. They're killing everybody in sight. Magic Squad, they just flat out got rolled and outclassed.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. They just made Magic Squad play their game from start to finish. The opening picks again always have a massive impact, and then as you look at the individual player stats, then Volps has just been such a breath of fresh air. 14-4 again, 4-1 on the entry for him with a cost of 80%. Brilliant performance, but again, you gotta look at Magic Squad. They're technically not out of the running yet. So for me, you challenge them to mentally reset themselves and get ready to go again tomorrow, because there is a chance they could still be playing for their lives.
Well, gentlemen, the traditional analysis so far has been fantastic. However, I do believe it's time that we introduce a new segment to the show. Welcome to Toxic Takes. The rules for this are very, very simple. A prompt will appear at the bottom of your screen. You have 10 seconds to respond to whatever take is there, whether you agree, disagree, or whatever. You must go with the first opinion that comes to your mind, because you only have 10 seconds, and you need to get that full opinion out in 10 seconds if possible. Are you guys ready? I don't care. We're going right into it. Question number 1. Liquid will finally win a championship with Volps. Connor, go.
I agree. I think this is the best Liquid that we've seen so far, and it may be copium that we say this every time. Liquid, oh my gosh, they're so close, they're so close, they're so close. But I think they found them a final puzzle piece.
Ooh, man, you just barely got that one in time. Gibson, go.
Yes.
That you can't just leave it at that, man. You got to give me a rationale. What are you thinking?
Yes.
No, you can't sandbag. Okay, you know what? No, cut him off. He's not doing this one right. Whip it. Your turn. Go.
Absolutely, Volps was the missing piece to this puzzle. Finally steps in, and Liquid, I feel like they're revitalized and energized. SI was rough, but Volps was the answer.
All right, hey, he got it out in time. Gibson, if we were doing this on a point spread, you'd certainly be in last place. That's a bit of a problem. Prompt number 2. Hornetown is the only reason Magic Squad is relevant. Whip it, go.
He's been a stat line player. He's been the most dominant player in terms of stats the entire region, and I think if anyone's looking at this outside of Brazil, it's probably the reason that Magic Squad comes up in conversation.
God, you guys are really getting this one down to the wire. Connor, go.
You know, after this game, he's going to kind of fade off the map. We're going to see so many players surpass him on that global leaderboard, as well as even in the local leaderboard. So no, Magic Squad is irrelevant.
Gibson, go. Don't sandbag me this time.
So yeah, I think that with him, the impact he has is a big thing, but you got to think about the sum of the parts. A machine is not as some of its parts as a whole, and an engine alone doesn't make a full kit.
Oh, God. Again, really, really down to the wire, but you guys are going to get done. Last prompt. Nesk won't ever be in the Siege GG top 10 again. Gibson, go.
Form is temporary, class is permanent. I think Nesk will 100% be back in that top 10 again. He's one of the GOATs.
Hey, got it out with plenty of time this time. All right, you know how we go in the rotation. Ready? Whip it. Your turn. Go.
He's been the GOAT forever. I think he'll continue to be there. His legacy is cemented in Siege, and he's always going to be a top 5 player. I think he can find that second win, maybe even a third win.
All right, we'll have to see if Connor has a dissenting opinion. Ready? 10 seconds. Go.
I don't think he's going to be in the Siege top 10 ever again because his impact has changed from on the scoreboard to in the server, elevating the level of play of his remaining teammates. So no.
Whew! I like the fact that someone went a little bit off kilter. Connor, is there any reason in particular? Is there any player in particular, something about Nesk's current impact on Team Liquid that is changing the overall dynamic of the way that that team works to a point where you just kind of don't need Nesk anymore?
Yeah, I don't think they necessarily need him. It's like Tom Brady at the sort of end of his career where he wasn't necessarily putting up his best numbers, but he still got another ring.
Yeah, and again, you all said it looks like Liquid are finally going to win with Volps on the squad. So for all intents and purposes, it looks like Liquid are certainly on the right track. That's it for the initial, or the inaugural version of Toxic Takes. Gentlemen, you guys will be back on the cast in just a hot second. I'll keep on talking with Connor about how this game went in particular, because if we're looking at just the raw stats, obviously we have an MVP that we can pick out of the pot. Volps did phenomenally, but Connor, what about this Team Liquid squad can actually be stopped going into best of threes? It feels like everything's going their way right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to find a negative, a nit to pick with this roster because their map pool looks dang good even as we approach BO3s. Their entry game has looked phenomenal even with new pieces. Sure, there were some slight inconsistencies early on, but it seems that they've ironed it out. Even a tough loss in El Clasico last week, you can almost scrap away because that's always a nitty-gritty game that went max OT on an equalizer map. And you still bringing in such a dominant player like Volps, it has really brought this team to the forefront of the region. We used to think that, hey, W7M, they're going to cakewalk through Brazil once again, but I don't think that's the case.
Is this Volp's best form? It kind of even raises the question, would he have won anything with W7M? And they came really, really close to doing it several times in a row, but is that W7M core as good as the Liquid core that he's joining right now?
That should have been a question on Toxic Take. That's a hard hit.
You're not wrong. That would have been a good one, yeah.
I think that adding a piece like Volps has improved this team so much, and the remaining core, those other 4 players, they did get all the way to a major final without Volps. So you're sort of already having a similar ceiling with runners-up. Sure, runners-up at SI is a significantly more prestigious award, but sort of that gap difference of what they're gaining is really mitigated, and I think Liquid has a bigger upside than W7M ever did.
Well, at least for Liquid, they're not quite in first place yet. They will need to await the results of the FaZe Clan NIP game in Group B, which is our last game of the day. But the one that we jump into now for Game 3 has even more implications for the rest of the playoff placements in Group A. It's LFO against MIBR, and it's probably most intriguing because this is the 3rd game played for both teams. Black Dragons are not playing today, and LFO are at the bottom of the table trying to play spoiler and maybe crawl up into that top 3 with these last couple of games that they have remaining.
Yeah, and I'm really intrigued by this matchup because on one side of the board, you've got the LFO attacks versus the MIBR defenses. They're both strong. They're both top 3. But on the other side, you have a bit of a mid-off. You have the worst defenses in the league versus the second to worst attacks in the league. That's going to make things just enough chaos. There's a mix of chaos that should be fun to watch.
So, at least for LFO, it's arguably still really hard to draw conclusions from their gameplay because, like, if they're looking for an org heading into the future, then they had better hope that orgs don't pay any attention to that mistake-ridden accident fest from last week against W7M. It feels like this is a roster that's a platform for a lot of different things, like Cameraman's future outside of FaZe Clan, Raps' second leg of his career, and he's doing really, really well this stage so far, and showcasing 2 rookies that many people really didn't hear of before this stage started.
Yeah, the main weapon that I would want to highlight on LFO would be the main man Swag, who is one of those new rookies that people might not have heard of, and arguably right now, just from a statistic base point, is the most flexible player in this entire region. As we see here, there are some nice attacking stats for LFO, considering they're a new roster. Typically, you would expect struggles in the attacking side, but this team has been anything but. They have great plant percentage, as well as a really, really, really good conversion of those plants. And I think Swag, he's really a big aspect of that because of his versatility. He's a Swiss Army knife. He's played 11 different attacking operators. Meanwhile, the rest of Brazil, they're averaging 6.5. That's almost twice twice as many operators for Mr. Worldwide here, especially if you look towards the Capital, the Ying, the Dokkaebi, and the the Zero, even the Lion and Brava. All these operators for post plants or even executes in particular will bolster up the team, and his ability to be fluid enough, take multiple different pieces of utility and play it at a high level has been absolutely crucial to this team's success.
The only problem with this is that right now Swag is the bottom rated player on LFO, so we're seeing the trend of what LFO want to do in terms of using him most effectively, but when it comes time to turn that into something in the server, right now it's not going exactly their way. Even if they have a really high plant percentage and they're converting that into a round win, you got to be able to capitalize more often than they have been. And I think a big reason for why that's happening is just because of the way they lost that Oregon game to W7M last week. And if that doesn't repeat itself, then hopefully we can count that as just a statistical anomaly and we can see Swag and his rotation of operators increase even more in the future. Their opponents on the opposite side are a team that might just be beefing with Black Dragons for the upteenth time to try and qualify for playoffs. They also only have 2 games under their belt. They have a really hard loss at W7M in week 1, equalized against Tropicals in week 2. But even though these pieces look like they're coming together, this still hasn't been the greatest litmus test for domestic prowess.
Yeah, and especially with how high the stakes are for MIBR, considering this game is pretty much going to define their entire first group stage, where it's a playoff spot or it's not. They're really fighting for against Black Dragons for playoffs again, like we always see with these two rosters. It's the rivalry of, hey, who's going to be sort of mid and who's going to elevate up to above. And they do play next week, which makes things a lot more interesting and means that MIBR really do need this cushion.
Right, and from a standings point of view, right now, MIBR sit at 3 points. LFO have none, Black Dragons have 4. That's just how tightly contested this group has been for a while. So the fact that Black Dragons and MIBR are only 1 point away from one another means that if LFO are able to get any points, suddenly that top 4 or that top 3 conversation is a lot more complex than it already was, and with Tropicals basically being out of the running at this stage, it will be a lot harder to determine who will be going in that spot. But as a bright spot for MIBR, again, they've only played 2 matches, but who's been that one player that's really stood out?
2 syllables, Reduct. He has been phenomenal for this team, and right now he is the only player on this roster with a positive KD in conjunction with an above 1.0 rating. Sure, Luke, he's in second place, but his KD is even and his rating is a 1.0 exactly, so we're gonna throw that out. And especially with how Reduct has been playing on more of a flex, it is almost surprising that even including the defensive side, he's involved in almost 40% of his team's total open engagements, as well with a large amount of success on that defensive side, being 5-0. 80% conversion. 4 out of those 5 rounds has directly been a round win for his teams. If Reduct's able to get hot on the defensive side, it's going to make things difficult for this LFO roster, but I don't know if just that is enough.
Well, Reduct having gone to 2 consecutive 6 invitationals and managing to make top 4 in both of them, he looks like he's back in a form very similar to that when he made those 2 runs with the MIBR roster in the past. And that's the exact kind of performance a team like MIBR needs to show that they can in fact bounce back. If you can make it to playoffs, arguably, that's like the bare minimum that I think a team like MIBR wants to do after their entire 2022 campaign was one of the most abysmal things I think we've seen from a team that used to be very good, because both of those SI runs were not things that happened by accident. Reduct was a massive part of that. As far as the map bans are concerned, though, are they able to really even predict what LFO is going for? Because LFO's overall map pool so far shows 2 things right now.
Yep. LFO, the main word you want to say is that they are very unpredictable in this map ban phase, making it oh so much more complex. So right now, this result could be completely out of left field, completely unknown, but if I was a betting man, I'd probably toss a few chips maybe on the bank section of the roulette wheel, because it kind of seems where these teams overlap. But seeing that MIBR banned it, that does make sense, because I would almost have that tip towards favoring LFO, in my opinion. MIBR, they really do hate Villa as well. That map goes away. It's nice and easy. Clubhouse and theme, they're probably going to go to, leaving us all the way to the icy alpines of Chalet.
I like this one. I think both teams are connecting the dots on how to form a functioning team. Neither one of them are approaching a world-class status yet, because their focus is really just on building now to dominate later. You don't want to go full force straight out the gate to start with. And I think for this in particular, for LFO, to allow it to go to Chalet, to basically pick it with this last ban, is a nice option to expand what their map pool is, because if they had just picked the same maps over and over again, it would have been really difficult to determine how good they were across a myriad of maps with several different playstyles. So I like the pick, but it's more a matter of how good MIBR have been on this map in the past. Connor, do you have that?
It definitely could be in the heart of the cards, but MIBR might be in a bit of a stronger position because their attacks have been the weaker side, and Chalet attacks, you know, they come a lot easier than on most other maps.
Yeah, you're not kidding. We'll get Gibson and Whippet back in here on this one. Gentlemen, for the both of you, and we'll start with Gibson, MIBR is retooling an existing system with new players. LFO is concocting a new system with players from all over. Which approach are you liking the most through 2 games so far?
So far, you got to look at who the teams have played. LFO's loss came against W7M. How much can you read against that? I don't know. I've spoken with Cameraman a little bit, and he seems very confident of what this team can achieve. He spoke about how they've only had a month together. The time that they've had as a team has been really short so far. But what they've shown us is enough to make me think that they can compete in this league. And actually, I would argue they're maybe the second or third best team in this group. I think that they should get out of it based on the players that they have. MIBR, they're a team that have been around the region for a long time. Whippet is a big fan of them, I know that much. But for me, again, I think both are in a stage where they're building something. I feel like LFO might be just a little bit further ahead in their progress, though.
Yeah, Whippet, what are you thinking?
Oh, well, Gibby's right. I was a massive fan of MIBR during those runs where they had those deep SI runs. Last year was certainly a year to forget on that aspect of being a fan. But I think that they're slowly rebuilding a roster that has a lot of potential. They've got a lot of players that are hitting, kind of developing into that form. And they kind of echo a lot of what Gibby was saying as well with LFO. There's a lot of talented players there, and they're so new as a roster. They need time to gel and figure out what's going on there. I don't think really we're going to see the best out of LFO for stage 1. But give them time, this could be a very scary roster indeed.
Well, the problem is because Group A is so tightly contested at the moment and everyone is only a couple of points away from one another, it means you might not have a lot of time in order to iron those kinks out and see if you can't try and make a playoff push. But speaking of time, we need a little bit more of it because a PC swap needs to happen in the studio in Sao Paulo. So we'll take 5. We'll be right back with LFO and MIBR.
Welcome back, everybody. We're getting ready to dive into LFO versus MIBR. Yibby, I think this is the most difficult game for me to call. Two teams that are very clearly in a building process in the league. What do you think? How do you feel this is going to go?
I have it down as my map of the day. Or this is the game, the matchup that I've been looking forward to the most because there's a couple of storylines to keep an eye on as well. Obviously, Raps used to play for MIBR. This is a game that's personal for him. We had a little laugh at this yesterday. Cameraman, he walked in the door of MIBR, got the merch and left again, you know, a while back. He spent a little bit of time at the org too, but technically for two players, this is a bit of a revenge tour. For MIBR, you spoke about it. Last year didn't go to plan. It's been all about building, and that process can be very different for different teams. Some teams can take years and years and years to rebuild the roster that can win. Some teams can do it quickly. I feel like these two teams are going the right way about it. You know, one team completely new from scratch that brought in a nice mix of really experienced players and then really good young gunners. And then MIBR have made a couple of changes on their side as well. But I know that with MIBR, you do want to see them fighting back at the top. So this is a game that I think is hard for you to choose.
It's a difficult one, yeah. I don't have it at arm's reach, but there's MIBR merchandise in this room right now that I can see. They're one of my teams that I've always backed inside of the region. I mean, alongside Team Liquid. And it was a rough year to watch them last year. And I do think that they're going to be able to rebuild. And I think that there's that potential. It's a big brand, a big organization in the region. I just hope they can get it done. But LFO is one of the most exciting teams that we can look at. You know, everyone's going to know the story of Cameraman. Everyone knows how storied that career has been and where he's been, what events he's won, who he's played with. Now without FaZe, one of the most iconic pairings and partnerships was him with that .FaZe at the end of his name. He has to forge a brand new legacy outside of that organization, and he's building a team up around him that's very good. You've had the privilege to speak with him very recently, and you probably got some of the inside scoop with that team.
Oh, we got a lot of the inside scoop on how it works. Apparently, Raps and Fantasy are really vocal on the side, and I think the way they're building it's right. You bring in the experienced guys who've been there, they've done it for the likes of Cameraman, who is repping it for us Golden Olies. I think he's in the wrong side of 25. He has so much experience. He's been playing this game since basically 2016. He can feed that information onto the newer players. Daffodil's a player that I'm looking forward to seeing today, but we're going to get into the map bans or the operator bans with it. You and I always say it though. Chalet is one of our favorite maps to cast together, and Dokebi is going to be the first ban, and again, it's just a great one to get off the board.
I mean, a random bit of trivia. I got to cast one of the very first officials played on Chalet in the Benelux region of all many moons ago when it was first introduced. Dokebi and Ying are the first two to go, and these are very aggressive operators getting banned out in that initial wave. Of course, Dokebi's so powerful with denying that information and giving your team information. Ying, massive executions, and a Solace banned away as well. Solace on a map like this makes sense because the amount of destruction, the amount of verticality available on that top floor in particular means Solace is a nightmare, especially when you're trying to get the bomb down on that upstairs site. And the final ban, it's going to be Valkyrie. No, I got it wrong!
It's about time. You got on to me last time for getting it wrong. It's
I've
Mira.
had like a 2-week streak of getting that right every time where I've been so nonchalant going, operator reason, oh, it's Valkyrie. And it's a Mira. But I can see the justification around a Mira. Again, controls massive amounts of control. And you think about that top floor site, for example, or the kitchen site, how beneficial those Mira windows can be. And I'm sure many people in chat will be very excited to see Brava getting played. The first time today, we at least see a hint of a Brava. Someone from MIBR has simply vanished into the void.
They're gone. They've had enough.
Count that as an opening pick for LFO?
We've been talking for a minute and a half and they're already out. The players are like, not a chance. Can't deal with this one. Azami being played, though, is one that I love. Getting through the ban phase, Azami has such an impact on the right. Could completely reconstruct those defensive lines and make every single site completely different. I like that getting through. But while we wait on the player to get back in the lobby, do you want a Spurbuni stat?
Oh, of course I do. I always want some of those stats.
So, MIBR is the only team that can knock W7M off first space inside of this round. But to do that, they need a bare minimum 7-3 victory against LFO. If LFO get 4 rounds, regardless of whether they win or not, MIBR cannot finish top of the group, and W7M will have completely locked in top spot. That's that 4% chance we were talking about earlier today.
4%, and a dream, you could say. That's right. We have seen some crazy things inside of Siege just even in the last year. I mean, of course, G2's miracle run inside of EU to make it to that major. It's a difficult one, I think. Getting a 7-3 today, I don't really see that. I see this being a very close matchup.
I think it is. That's why I said this is the match of the day. I've leaned a little bit towards LFO as maybe coming out the victors. I know when we spoke earlier, you thought that LFO would come out on top as well. But in the time since, have you changed your mind on MIBR, or do you still think that this will be an LFO win, but a close one, if not even a overtime one?
I think LFO are going to be able to just eke it out. Just about get that done. It's so hard, right? Because obviously, I want to put my predictions, I want to make my predictions with a reasonable head, but my heart's telling me vote for MIBR. I was impressed, and I liked how MIBR were trying to play on the opening day that we got to watch them when they faced off against W7M. They had potential. They looked like they were a side that were slowly beginning to find their feet. It's just, it's not been the start from them you want, and I think LFO, I think it's going to be close. I think they'll be able to get it done 7-5.
You told me that you just looked at what CDAP said and decided to go with that.
No, I did not just copy CDAP's predictions. They might be the exact same predictions I put on the sheet, but they're not.
So CDAP's basically went 2 + 2 = 4. You went 1 + 5 + 7, and you came up with 4 as well. You got the same answer, but you got there a completely different way as we wait for the player to get back in, the game to get ready. It gives us a little bit more time to build up this one, though, Whip. Because LFO, you've said it before, they've got so much potential, so many good players. Cameraman, Fantasy is in there, Raps is in there as well. The two other players, though, Daffodil being one of them, do you think he can have a bit of an impact in today's game?
I certainly do. Again, one of those names that I'm really excited to see and get the cast play and how they can perform. One of the newer talents coming into this roster. For LFO, it's a great big experiment to see how this team works. It's a mixture of new and old, trying to forge something new. That's what's the most exciting thing about this team. It's something new. So many times we see teams just recycle the same players time and time again in some of the other core regions. This is a new attempt at something. And with Cameraman at the helm, I've got high hopes for it. I do think, though, it's going to be more of a Stage 2 team than so far in Stage 1.
It is a project, and speaking to him, that's what he kept saying. It's a long-term project, but he wants to make it to Copenhagen. MIBR, of course, want to get there as well, and one of the players that were highlighted in the pre-show was another one of the new additions, and it was Swag coming in. They called him Mr. Worldwide. I'd love to say new additions on the side of LFO, but really, let's be real, everybody's new to that team. But it is newbies coming into MIBR, and they're going to want to make a name for themselves because it is a big org inside the Brazil region. They've got a lot of legacy in there as well. You spoke about their deep runs inside of tournaments. For me, everything is right in the world when MIBR are doing well as well. It's one of those things. When G2 are back competing for championships, when MIBR are performing well inside of Brazil, it feels like we've reached that kind of normality again.
Yeah, it feels like we're trying to get back to that stage of familiarity and knowing exactly how results are going to go and where teams stand in terms of at least the international. You expect to see the teams like Liquid, FaZe, G2 all doing well. And for MIBR, they've always been that team that surprised at results. I think they were always a side that you'd come in and you weren't too sure how they would do. They've been kind of up and down, peaks and valleys, but they'd always make a deep run. They'd always find a way, no matter how difficult it was. I believe they got like back-to-back 4th places during the 6th Invitational, which is a very big thing they managed to do. Just, you gotta feel like it's with last year, it's a massive rebuild from that massive deviation from what was an upward trajectory.
It was indeed, but while you're speaking about the upwards trajectory, we're going to take a different trajectory and jump into a break, and when we come back, we'll have the game. We'll see you guys in a few. Well, it's good to be back here for LFO versus MIBR. This is game number 3 of the day. We've already given this one the big up. This is two teams that are building something that could be a little bit special over the course of the year, but they're meeting nice and early in their progress. And Whip It, I'm excited.
So am I. I mean, listen, I wanted it, honestly, right? The pause, the delays, it's only built my anticipation. I want to get cracking straight into this matchup. And I do have to say, we once again see that Brava. Cameraman 6 picked away from that Blackbeard. So, yes, Gibby, your favorite operator won't be in play, but the Brava is. And I was mentioning previously on the last map of Oregon how Brava tends to be very effective when you can use her to get these default cameras in these key positions. So, I'd imagine keep an eye for main lobby camera and IV camera being the primary focus of those drones going forward.
Yeah, main cam, Ivy cam, you'll probably see them maybe late in the round trying to take that cam on Solarium's side as well, which just denies all the information to the defensive side. The cap cans as well, although to me, that's the fun side of Brava, but it's not really the most effective side when you're trying to actually use it to get a win. Lion Scan will go out to lock those defenders in place for just a few moments. But what I like with it is Azami has begun doing some setup, and some of it was done in master bedroom, looking towards that double window.
That will block off this key line of sight that you'll tend to see a lot of people on. There's castle barriers acting in that loo as well. So that Lion is not going to be able to have a massive impact for a crossfire, and a decent angle set up by Azami by those keeper barriers to lock down that window. And well, an aggressive peek onto Mez's balcony will find the buck take a little bit of damage, and I think Capcan really wants to swing for this one. Perez really wants to get aggressive in the castle in close proximity as well. Cameraman though lurking outside bathroom balcony is going to be able to get the opening pick. Perez first to fall for MIBR.
Big opening pick there. Fantasy gets himself in a gunfight here as well. He comes out the worst in that one, but he's still on his feet. Vila Falls gets the kill on the Swag, who tried to make a big play by going inside that trophy window, but he's eating a lot of damage himself. Falls picks up again, takes down Fantasy. He's a one-man army here in the early stages. He's going to go for another peek. The intel's being fed, but Brava's in position. Cameraman records another pick in this round. Dips down into the basement. That's a 3v3. 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. Still plenty of time on the clock, but it's been action-packed so far.
Bravo drones sent in to try and gather what information they can. We'll look and scout for information, and there is going to be one of those key bits utility. The bulletproof camera is now in the side of LFO. They can use that to gather whatever they want on the site. And you know what? For good measure, he'll get a double Capcan trap as well. Gibby, are we on the precipice of watching the very first Brava Capcan trap kill recorded inside a professional play?
You've no idea how much I'm wishing for that to be the case right now. I'm not going to lie. Daffodil gets a pick though on a reduct, making it maybe a little bit less likely for that to happen, but it is a 3 versus 2 scenario now. Luke in one position. Nigel now stepping in through, trying to catch the player going through Slam stairs, but the push is still being held. Cameraman holding a player in position, but the peek comes through from way over by Ivy, and down goes Cameraman. 2 versus 2. Daffodil's got the case. They've got a lot of sight control, and now he's going to go for the plant with it. And the angle opens up, but he can't quite see him. There he does. He gets a pixel. Body bullets being absorbed there, but the case goes down. Daffodil now dips towards where we used to be West Main, but I am excited because now that Capcan could be in place. But look at, why do you ruin the fun? Peeks around the side. Daffodil gets one. It's a 1 versus 1, and he gets himself a second. Round is won by LFO. But look at, nearly spoiled the party for us and this party for LFO.
Nearly. It would have been lovely to see that, but again, it's not the primary purpose. The bulletproof was the main goal of Cameraman's utility in that situation. Fitting that he would be able to get himself a camera. But that take is very well done by LFO, and the patience they had, right? They had the entire map controller, the entire site on their lockdown, and they waited to try and catch what they could or what was remaining of the defensive side of MIBR. They just couldn't find it. Kemlin Daffodil in that 1v2 post plant and locks it down beautifully, gets the job done. An opening round does go for LFO. The script for Chalet, we're looking at probably LFO having a good offensive side, as tends to be the typical storyline here. We're looking probably at a 4-2 offensive split, what I would predict.
Some Sprabuni stats up on the bottom of your screen. The reminder again, MIBR with a 3% chance of topping the group with a regulation win. The only team that can now remove W7M from their position. LFO can't get first place anymore with it, but a win here will definitely aid their chances. You look at LFO, they've got 2 games left to play, including this one. It is in their own hands, as it is for both of these sides.
Oh, I'm looking at this one, right, and part of me really goes, I really want that option for a regulation win for MIBR. Like, listen, in my predictions, which were pretty boring this week, I will say, I went for LFO, the safe pick. But my heart calls out for MIBR, and I'd love to make them get that playoff. I'd love to see them make that trip to Copenhagen if possible. Redemption arc could begin for them at this stage, but they need to get the victory here, and there's currently 1 round down against LFO. Soulspan, really interesting pick here, I think, on Chalet. The problem is, or the utility that operator brings is so prevalent on a map like this, with the amount of interplay between the vertical levels, it's kind of immense, and Fantasy gets the opening pick. Perez, yet again, the first to fall, concedes West Main, and Fantasy will just walk down and have so much control. Cameraman nearly catches a player who crossed out the piano. Nigel will get rewarded with that kill, though. Cameraman slow on the reaction, and he can't find that one. Huge pick by Nigel. What a flick, and gets that second one, but Daffodil will find that trade, and brings us back to a level 3 versus 3.
Yeah, Fantasy, though, finding himself in a position where he cannot take any more bullets in this one, or else he will be removed from the lobby as well. 1 minute and 44 seconds to go as Lukid begins pushing through piano. They've already cleared this area of the map a little bit earlier. So where are those attackers going to move from here? Daffodil going to move in from the base now to join the rest of his side. You're looking at the utility they have. Thermite's still in place with it, so they do have the opportunity to get those breaches open, but Swag has a big job to do with Twitch to just remove even more defensive utility on site.
Honestly, still upstairs as well. You'll be able to creep down. Sorry, I was meant to say actually Lukic was still upstairs actually, but he's actually retreats back via blue, back to reinforce his site. So it will be a pretty even 3 versus 3 fight on the objective. Flashbang will go off to give a little bit of space, and the Kiba barriers will lock off blue, but at least give a more difficult angle if a late rotation from LFO does eventually arrive from that position. Long angle set up, and they can try and play this best they can, but Luca can make some portable cover. Has 3 Kibas in pocket as well. All of them are now generated at this stage of the round. 40 seconds, and LFO, you're beginning to look at how you can probe to find this. You don't have a lot of utility to clear away those Kibas, so you've got to walk in and rely on winning those one-on-one head-on gunfights. Boilers open up by Daffodil, and that's huge. That will compress. That will make every single power position, especially Pillar, that little bit extra uncomfortable. But Luke, boosted up, will try and hold on best they can. And they've got so much cover to work with. 25 seconds, Gibby. MIBR can hold out.
Yeah, here comes the push. 1 toxic canister left to be used by the smoke. No, none actually. He did use it there now, but the gunfight comes on out. Reduct wins 1. The case does go down. It's a 1 versus 3, but as you said, Fantasy HP is 0, and the case will be counter-diffused with it. 1-1 on the sides, but again, LFO gave themselves a massive chance.
That was a huge round there, especially that back-to-back flurry. The case getting, or that planter getting shut down, and the Kibas, again, the Azami had 3 Kibas in back pocket at that late stage of a round. 3 to use. Now, they weren't all you needed or utilized, but they had the amount of resources, a very high amount to work with, and they held on very well. LFO, well, they got a lot of map control very, very early. That transition from that early to mid stage towards that execution was very slow from them. They left themselves with not a lot of time. When that timer begins to creep towards red, that final 10 seconds, that's when things get very, very tense. And ultimately, MIBR were able to capitalize fully on that. Get themselves level.
Your roamer as well, Nigel, got himself a 2-for-1 on the top floor, and that's absolutely huge. You spoke about the missed opportunity. Was it cameraman, I believe, had the angle and wasn't able to stop him from pushing through piano. Then he got his 1, and then to boot, he took down cameraman as well. You know, you win and lose a round as a team, but one player can definitely have a huge impact, and that's what Nigel did in that last round.
Huge individual moment. Huge 2K, especially that reactionary shot to find cameraman just lurking on the roof. Similar lineup once. Oh, it was disgusting. It was filthy, Gibby, as you said. Find that one. cameraman was probably surprised at that one. He'd look up in dismay. Like, what's just happened? I've just been absolutely slammed. However, we'll see that role of Jackal's been moved away. The addition of Sens, and I have a feeling we all know what that might begin to lean to. That's going to be the primary use or the primary tool of this execution for the side of LFO. And see that little check? Perez is a little bit cautious about these Capcan traps. And this is the main lobby camera getting hacked. That now goes to the side of LFO. Bulletproof as well. This is what makes Brava so powerful. All that information now goes to the offensive LFO, and they can save their drones for more direct purposes like droning in on entry, because these flanks, they're watched by the defaults that were set up by the defense.
We've seen loads of teams set up different ways of defending the site, and you've got the BP there, which has now been taken away by LFO. Teams like to put Malusi gadgets there from time to time as well. That's now been removed from the Brava as well, as they're able to have that impact on the round. And now the player playing up on top of the balcony by Fireplace's position, just a little bit more dangerous. So Perez needs to win this one. Tries the pre-fire onto Raps, and oh, Raps, you got to stop that. That is disgusting as well. Look at Text Down Fantasy. They would bring us back to a 4v4, and Falls is going to get taken down by the Jackal. Cameraman traded back the other way. Reduct gets one on the swag as well. It's a 3v2 as the kill feed has lit up with a flurry of activity. It's all down to the Sens and the Brava if they want to win this next round.
Minute 20. Lots of time to begin to work this one out. Sens and Brava, not necessarily the dynamic duo you'd expect to be able to find this one. They have the execution utility. They have those Sens gadgets, those walls of light that they can send on out. Can they capitalize fully upon it? MIBR don't need to play, don't need to extend. They can hold their angles, hold their crosses, play for trades. Daffodil lurks inside of mud. Could be a problem. LFO at this stage just probing, but they don't really have a lot of resources to do so. They'll rotate, try to play closer together. That's what that is. But Redux holds his cross on Ivy stairs perfectly. It's not going to be easy to get control, especially when you're crossing from mud. You can use a Sens wall at this stage, and that might be the only lifeline they have. I think that's exactly what they'll do. Send one out, try and cross deep, but 30 seconds, Gibby. This is going to be a very tricky one to land.
Yeah, Raps changes position now to try and get control, but Luca is still playing in that position. There's that cross being held. Reduct gets his one, and now Raps is all alone by himself up on the balcony. 22 seconds. Another peek will come through because Luca knows that he can afford to do that with the numbers in their side. And that is a second round one back-to-back by MIBR as they take the lead 2-1.
Very, very well played for them on the defense. They're not taking a lot of risks. They're being very risk-averse, which is exactly what you need to do on a map like Chalet. The reason about Chalet is the fact is it's so easy to hold rotates and crossfires. I mean, while Nigel won the fight 2 rounds ago on Cameraman, positions like that are a nightmare. This Chalet's full of them. MIBR will not expose themselves to that one, or at least try to mitigate that best they can. And it's worked out so far. Get themselves a 1-round lead here against LFO. They'll move upstairs to the master bedroom bomb site. I'm very curious. This is the one I love to watch how teams break down. Solar takes are some of my favorite to watch in all of Siege. Please, LFO, please give us a solar take.
I just feel like the solar take win rate seems a little bit higher than the old clear pushing through library and across. And one of the things that LFO are looking to do, or MIBR are doing to mitigate that risk again, is by putting that first Kiba barrier on the master bed, allowing the player to play a little bit more aggressive. Now, if you're going to play aggressive on the master bed, you need someone putting pressure on solar windows if there's anybody playing on that side of the map as well. Nigel goes for the early spawn peak, hoping somebody will step up by the helicopter, but nothing to be found in the early stages. But look at the little maze that they've made over by library. So many head holes and footholes that, as an attacker, if you see that, you don't really want to step in there, do you?
Makes you very cautious at the bare minimum, I would say. It means you have to commit a lot of time to droning out and getting solid information. I do like that. Akiba on Ivy as well creates a nasty, horrible one-way down towards games. It's so difficult to fight against. And well, Swag might have to deal with that one. He'll creep his way inside of stock, at least, not to deal with it for the time being. He could be a massive problem. Nigel holds on down to Ivy and expect this my Nook engagement to be one of the first ones we see in this round. As LFO, a very map-wide take from them so far. Probing, poking, looking to clear what the utility they can. Ivy's shield will likely get burnt away if it's deployed. I believe it is. Those Flores drones get sent in, but caught out by that window, and that window's repatched as well. So another huge utility sync required, and Cameraman's, well, got no more of those drones to work with.
And you've got two players invested in MIBR and holding this position. You've got the Azami there, and you've got the one-way being held. The shield is in position as well, so it's a very tough area of the map for MIBR or LFO to push through. So now you got to think as we get to the halfway point of the round, do they decide to abandon plan A, stop trying to push from that side of the map and start putting pressure over by Solarium? Big 1v1 about to kick off here though, as the Nook begins to step on through. Perez misses the opportunity with the C4, and now he's dancing through Trophy, and there's Fantasy to pick up the kill. Now they've got that open and pick. Now they can begin putting some pressure on the Solarium. Swag coming under heavy fire. He gets taken down by Falls though, who uses the verticality beautifully from on site.
And then down below, and Lukid, escapes at a single point of HP. Lucky to still be alive. The second nade tossed up, but no information to back it up, so he'll survive. He knows pressure's down below inside Trophy. He can at least be aware of it. Cameraman gets one the redux, and MIBR begin to falter. 4 versus 3. Nigel has to come back, but worry about that cross of windows. But the keeper barriers give them extra bit of cover. Nigel gets crossed, that rotation. Fantasy gets that final pick, and now we're 4 versus 2. Falls will try and hold on, deny any pressure from Solarium, but so much utility, so much flashbangs being tossed out, and it's going to be an absolute nightmare. Falls on low HP. Luca gets one to Fantasy. 30 seconds. Cameraman gets one to Luca, and now Shotgun up and close and personal. Gets one in DBNO, but can't find any more. Daffodil in the window will get Falls, and LFO tie us up back to 2 rounds apiece.
I appreciate the spawn the prone peek though, but with the shotgun. It nearly worked, but he was ready. The one weapon you don't want looking at you whenever you're prone peeking through a door is probably a shotgun.
It might be on the list of the last thing you'd want to deal with. Oh, I'm going to prone peek someone swings close to the super short, like, hello! Yeah, not going to be number 1 on my list of favorite siege-based activities. But LFO, the way they attacked that round was beautiful. They probed around and looked for ways in. And the utility usage got drained out by MIBR very, very effectively. Cameraman tried to use his Rotero drones to clear Ivy or clear that shield just by double walling on Office. And guess what? Window got patched up time and time again. Rotero drones ran out, and they had to make that late adjustment to push directly for that Solarium window. And they were able to get the pick to support that one. So very well done or well-read rotation from LFO. And MIBR just, unfortunately, couldn't win those key one-on-one engagements.
And a reminder for those at home, MIBR need to win this game by 7-3 or more if they want a chance of getting top spot. And LFO are now 2 rounds away from ensuring that MIBR cannot get the top spot inside of the group. Remember, LFO sitting bottom of the table, but it doesn't say a lot whenever they've only played 2 games, and their 2 games have been a win and a loss, so they're not that far away from those top 2, that 2nd and 3rd spot at all.
They are certainly not. It's within touching distance. Now, the 7-3 is, I think, a long stretch to be able to displace W7M. But certainly not without the realm of possibility. Need to hold on here against it, and there's going to be a kitchen dining site. Primary vocal point of this one will be to try and clear that top floor, as you'd imagine. For the side of, for LFO, rotation held by Trophy window. This is one of the most nightmares, and this is one of the kind of the quintessential quirks of a map like this. Now, they're not going to hold it any longer, but those long lines of sight that can hold these deep rotations can be a huge problem. And Solarium initial pressure will arrive to try and displace what they can upstairs to get that control, to hold the vertical and force that execution down in the latter stages of this round.
So Azami sets up inside of Piano, creating all those Kiba barriers to make sure that the attackers cannot get an easy line of sight. Last time we came here, LFO were able to get the drone with the Brava, or the camera with the Brava that had a big impact on the round. This time, no Brava being brought, but the Sens being taken by Raps as they will look to use those Roku devices to just stop lines of sight. Raps will step up through the Toxic Bay as he gets ready for this initial engagement. Camera taken down as well, and Falls is going to get the opener with the C4. Swag has fallen, and now Luke pushes in. There's Raps getting his one, though. Does he know that there's still a player in bathroom? Well, he does now.
Luke in the key position now. He needs to fight as long as he can, but Nigel gets one to Daffodil. Plays inside a closet. Will be able to find a lot of pressure at this stage. With Bathroom going to get retaken, and that's going to be huge. UMP sings for one more and finds one on the Raps. Nigel locked in place, and Cameraman with desperate measure with the pistol puts one to DBNO, but that's going to be Perez to find it. 2 members of MIBR down, dropped on the floor and wounded. The blood trails give them away, but a wide swing by Perez finds Fantasy, and we regain the control for MIBR. 3-2 the scoreline.
and he thought there was a res. He swung the corner thinking that the res was about to happen behind the wall. And that was really winnable. As you said, 2 players DBNO. It was essentially a 1 versus 2. But MIBR take the 3-2 lead. LFO, if they win this next round, they'll be happy enough with the 3-3 split. You know, it's kind of, we always talk about it. We're living in a world in siege now where we're seeing more 3-3s than ever before. So I think both teams will be not too disappointed, not too happy if that is the result. Basement will be the last place we're going to go, though. And when we came here last, LFO tried to do a full map clear. They tried to get control of top floor early, and Nigel was able to get a big double, much like he was able to do in that last round. Can LFO counter that this time?
The big thing for me is this site is pretty easy to break down in pretty core parts. You open up that main breach, then you put pressure on the back, or vice versa. You try to split this site into 2 key sections. What? MIBR present a difficult problem. They like to roam. They like to be all around the map. They like to be in basically every nook, every cranny, trying to find as much control, much aggression, and make LFO as uncomfortable as possible. The addition of the Blitz typically indicates a very Route 1 style of play. They'll likely go for something very rapid, very fast, and with such an extension upstairs, this might just catch MIBR napping.
Anytime I see a Blitz being played, I think of...
oh, goodness.
I think of that film.
Just, going for main breach. Out he goes.
Speeds. I am Speed jumps on out, sprays with the SMG-11, and it's a little bit windy as FaZe isn't able to pick that one up. Do we have an observer bug here? I think... Because to me, the wall is open. Is it open?
So the breach is feeling whimsical.
It should be open.
Should be. Unfortunate, well, I suppose. So the Blitz will rotate around towards games at this stage, and it's time to make that option. They've got self-destruction with the Flores drone at least, so they can try and crack that one wide open, and when that's successful, that means that the site is split in half, so they'll be able to have that wall open and then begin to worry and work their way towards that backside. And yep, the wall's now opened up, established, and they'll be able to put that pressure on. A cameraman will send drone after drone after drone to clear what utility he can. With a minute 40 left to go, once he gets the opening pick, Perez is going to be met by a Blitz shield in his face. Cameraman will find one more on the Nigel, holding that main lobby cross as well. The Blitz has set some panic now, and Luca is going to try and find their way back, but minute 30, 5 versus 3, LFO in a great position to lock this round out.
They really are. Look, it's still playing on the top floor. We've seen it before in the past, how big an impact the late round flank can have on the side of the defense. Falls still has those smoke canisters to hold it back. Kiba barriers being set up as well to just make it even more difficult to push on through, and he is going to get taken down. Daffodil gets one, traded back by Falls. It's a 3v2 now. Lookid trying to flag from behind, doing a lot of damage on the cameraman, but he manages to push down main. Case is being put down. Another toxic canister has been thrown, but it ain't going to have an impact. Case does go down. Raps was a second too late to the party, and now what can happen? 3 versus 1. Falls is actually locked out by his own Kiba barriers. He has to try and push back.
It goes. Raps Falls. 2 players outside. Flores Jones to work with as well. One gets shot out, but look at the time on the top of your screen. Basically unwinnable for the side of MIBR. Falls will need a miracle to try and choke out what he can. He can't realistically even try for the long. I mean, he needs to win this one. And cameraman shuts it down. A 3-3 level split here on Chalet. Going level into our second half of play. We talked about how these teams are likely going to be very close opposition for each other, and it's been a back and forth brawl between these sides. No one has found clear separation, and look at this from Falls. He's got a perfect shooting gallery basically, and well, it's unfortunately a shield he has to deal with. Unfortunate pick from him, couldn't get his reward, and ultimately MIBR lose that 1 round advantage.
The wind just picked up. You kind of have to win those if you're going to jump out that window, especially when you're not even getting shot at. The player is sitting on his drone. So LFO now, they elect to start their defensive half in the basement. You always like to say this is the most important round of the game, or one of the most important rounds of the game. If LFO manage to win their first defense, they take first blood, and it puts them in a comfortable position for the rest of their defending rounds. If MIBR manage to win this round, it turns up the heat a little bit on LFO. Reminder for those at home, LFO win this next round, and MIBR cannot top the group.
The question I'll pose, do you believe that the players came in under knowing that level of stakes are... Because I don't think they would. I think this is for MIBR, yeah. I think it's for our perspective, it's lovely to know this. Like, it adds that extra depth. But for these players, I think the good thing to preface is they're likely just going in going, we need 3 points. That's the fair one, I think, for them that they'll need to be able to find.
If you're sitting playing this one now saying we need to win this game, you know, 7-2, 7-3, I think your priorities are a bit wrong. It's about the win. Get the win. Focus on the next one. Maverick Trick coming in to open up this wall. It feels like we've gone back in time a little bit because it has been a long time indeed since I've seen a chalet wall being opened by the Mav Trick. So you've created the soft wall on one side that can be opened up by the Ash Charge. You've created a row of, or a hole that's head height the other side so you can peek from a little bit of relative safety in towards. And now you've got the freedom of the rest of the round. You have 2 minutes. You can flip all the way back to the other side if you want. You can go down through wine and open up them walls as well, just to keep the defenders on their toes. Or you can just wait for the inevitable. Someone usually will peek breach at some point, and you can take that pick then to put some pressure on the site.
It's the biggest allure, right? An open breach. Who doesn't want to peek an open breach on Chalet? I certainly do, to my own demise too many times, but MIBR will find that opening pick and doesn't arrive in that main breach, but it will be Daffodil first of all. We'll lose that Valkyrie, but the Evil Eyes, or the Valkyrie cameras, already placed around the map. Utility is deployed, but they've lost a C4. Cameraman's already expended his as well. Looked at aggressive inside of Trench, but couldn't find success. Raps and the Frost upstairs with that double roam, trying to retake West Main and potentially walk down Trench. The long angle to open up the main breach as well. Everybody on site is going to feel a little bit squeezed, a little bit compressed right now. And the pressure inside of Dining, well, they've detected it. They know it's there now.
You've seen that Frost mat, haven't you? The one that's by the boiler wall.
Don't even. Anyway, I'll tell you what, the Frost's going to be able to get one, get a second, and Fantasy goes huge. Double vaulting, had no idea. The Kaid now locks one player inside of Kitchen. And you'd imagine Frost will be able to pop up West Main and find one more, and does so. Nigel's next to go. LFO, dismantle and absolutely crush MIBR's push. But falls, fires back, gets one traded, and gives a lifeline for his team.
Ice cold by Frost there as he was able to bite a couple of those players as they attempted to push through Westmead, and he's still not done. Job's not done. Reduct gets one on to Cameraman, putting us back in a 2 versus 2. So Frost will eventually have to move, and I think they're still hyper aware that there could be a player over by that window. So there only is Raps on site, and his HP ain't looking good, but the case is being held by Fantasy.
No.
Fantasy shut down, but do they have enough time? 12 seconds to get the case, but it doesn't matter. Falls is able to take down. Paul's able to get the kill, and MIBR win the round. I'm not sure how I felt about...
Huge recovery.
Yeah, I'm not sure how I felt about 2 players holding the case, though, with that little time. Get 1 player back on site in case the player holding goes down.
The situation there is the fact they were played very separate from each other. There was no trades, but look at this though. Fantasy, ice cold as you said, pops up. Here's the vault, knows how to take those fights one by one. But that pick right there by Redux, that is the must win of that round. And it goes for MIBR. The round goes for them. They now have that 4-3 advantage. However, this game has been back and forth. No team has got a solid 2-round advantage at this stage. So, LFO, can you return that serve? Can you find that trade? Can you get yourself back to that 4-4 stage? Or will MIBR be able to pack together a little run of rounds that could really turn the tide of this game?
You get the feeling that if a team goes and gets a 2-round lead, that'll be the team that goes on to win it. That's how tight this game is feeling. The team that kind of breaks this endless kind of feeling that we have of just throwing punches back and forward over and over and over again will go ahead and take the win. The reminder, LFO on defense now. Their defenses have been pretty okay this season so far. Reminder that they did play against W7M, and it was a W7M that were playing on form with a 7-3 lead. So you can't take too much out of that game. You know the way you always said you can't take too much reading out of the first round of a game sometimes? You can't take too much reading out of that game. This one, though, this will tell you what sort of character both these sides have.
This is going to be a type of game we're going to have to dig deep. Both these teams are going to have to push each other to the absolute limit, I'll imagine. For LFO, though, The real big thing is that I don't like the massive extension that he had upstairs. That scared me just a little bit. They had so many players upstairs, so much pressure away from sight. If the case went more direct, they could have been left very, very vulnerable. Perez has a nade, is it cooked to perfection? I believe it will be perfect enough to clear the Kiba barrier on the chimney, which means that's not going to be as much safety around Swag. He's going to be a little bit more exposed, and he'll begin to feel that pressure. Perez gets himself inside, but he'll ultimately lose his head. LFO get the opening pick of this round, and MIBR already on the back foot.
Yeah, the nade was cooked, but it was served to the wrong table, as Nigel will look to peek through as well. You've still got the player playing on the Ivy shield, which is usually where you see a Flores being used to clear it from that position, but that is not the case. They don't have that tool. Nigel, though, manages to steal his way up here. There's nobody on the shield right now, and this could be an absolute steal. The Beepers, though, give away the position. Daffodil gets rid of the wind, but eventually gets the kill, but in the blink of an eye, it's a 4v1, and it's all down to Lukid. Lukid playing on the buck, sitting on top of Ivy. Not really got many options to do. He's got a wall of players just staring at him, holding crosses. And the Beeper giving more information. Swag gets the kill. LFO tie the sides up again.
Neither team can find any distance between each other. Gibby, Gibby, Gibby. 8 rounds deep. No one leads this game. Are we daring to say it's got a certain little overtime written all over it?
You think this is going to do an ace and Dez?
Oh, not 15 rounds. I'm just thinking overtime. I'm not gonna curse I'm not gonna say 15 rounds. The fact is, these teams cannot find a single bit of daylight between each other at all. It is 1 for 1, trade for trade, blow for blow. Whoever can get themselves the match point first should be able to win this if it needs to get one inside of regulation. It's so back and forth, and of course, with the scoreline it is now locked in, MIBR cannot top the group anymore. They've not won 7-3 or better, which means W7M have that top spot locked in.
Lock it in, get ready. They've got one best of 3 to win to get a trip to the stage 2 of the major. So while we wait on this round to clock down, it is 4-4. This is a big momentum round in this one now for these sides again. Are we going to see more of the same, where MIBR take a 5-4 lead and LFO bring it back, or can LFO start putting some rounds together on defense? Ash being brought out again, and I don't know if it's just me, but it feels like we're seeing more Ash today in Brazil than what we've seen in the last few stages in other regions.
I think it's okay, Perez, you do not want someone that got out that window. Noted for that one. Write that down. Write that one down, Gibby. I might need that one player.
What's better than one claymore on a window? 2.
2 claymores, and there's no solace to know they're there, so a single impact won't be able to take them out. They'll have no idea. Perfect. Absolutely cooked perfectly. Gives them that freedom to repel on that angle as well, and lock down bathroom. A great, good shield set up inside of walk-in as well. It gives that warden a lot of control, a lot of coverage. Oryx will make a quick dash inside of kitchen, stay alive for the time being. Nigel holds this cross, tantalizing close to that blue silhouette, but unfortunately they have no information. 2 ships passing in the night. He'll hold this cross, and as I say that, he rotates away. Tend to want to keep some of the whole trophy, especially on this site. But I guess LFO are so free-flowing, they want to try and hunt them down elsewhere.
Again, it's just all about holding back those rotates, making sure the defenders don't have the freedom of the map, which at the moment they kind of do. One of those key barriers are moved on as Swag is going to peek through as he tries to pick up that kill, but it's not going to happen. Steps out again, locks down the window with the Kiba barrier. Fantasy takes down Falls. Reduct has gone down. Cameraman gets his kill onto Perez as well, as all of a sudden we're getting another flurry of action. Down goes Lukid, and it's all down to Nigel on the window. 1 minute and 22 seconds to play with, but we're not going to play with any more. Another flawless round coming in. And it looks, well, it's one of the first times that we've had back-to-back rounds, and that has called for a tactical timeout from the side of MIBR. Well, but is it just me, though? And now, because we're watching this in Portuguese, does Intero's name just stare at you from the top of that screen, or is it just because I'm that ingrained in Siege when I see that word?
Now you've pointed it out. I do see it, actually.
MIBR
I can't
Parker.
unsee it now. I can't unsee it. I mean, right, but MIBR tactical timeout's being called. For them, I think this is a good time to do it. Now, this game's been back and forth, so there was no need to use it earlier. It's a key resource for the team. They cannot realistically lose this next round, otherwise too much momentum will sit with LFO, and it will probably be that for the series. They need to get this one level. And that was a very chaotic round. I feel like LFO just kept winning one after one after one. No fights got traded, and there would be an amendment, a change for MIBR to maybe get themselves in situations where they can trade off each other. That way they don't really ever lose anything from those engagements.
I think you're bang on, though. Like, it is the perfect time
Stop
to take
agreeing with me. Stop it. Stop it. You're meant to disagree with everything I say.
No, see, this is I like you, you don't like me. That's the way it works. Anyway, I do agree, because if they did lose, if they waited and used it next time, if LFO won the next round, it's that match point timeout that we don't like to see, because it just somehow puts a bit more pressure on, because remember, when you use a timeout, it's not just you that gets the opportunity to talk to your coaches. LFO would have been talking during that too. And I'm sure cameraman would have been talking to the rest of the team, and those guys would have been saying, right, we know the case. We win this round. We go to match point. We get 2 attempts to win this in regulation. What are they going to do? What have they cooked up? What are they going to serve for us on defense? Well, you look at the lineup. They've got the Frost again. They've got the Legion. They've got a lot of ways to slow it down. You would actually argue that 4 of those defenders are purposely in place to slow down this attack.
I actually, unfortunately, agree with you. The use of this, right? The castle is going to be able to choke this out so much. You have to commit utility, and that's going to be a big problem. You have to slowly, bit by bit, pare it down, work through it. And of course, you have an Azami who can patch those openings, those holes that you can make in that defense and choke out more time. On the position of these players, MIBR look like they're intending, at least beginning to envision, a push that will primarily arrive from Solar. Which means, guess what? You need to take control of Bathroom, and you have to do that from that balcony, which leaves you very much exposed from a swing from displays. Nigel will hold that rotation down by Trophy as well. These are key moments for MIBR. They need this opening engagement to go their way. They need this opening pick, and he might need just a little bit of patience. And look at this! Oh, the timing! Raps wanted to go for a little dip in the bath, but Perez catches him napping. He'll get himself traded, though, by Swag. Nigel gets one on the cameraman, holds that cross perfectly. And this is what MIBR need. The opening engagements to go their way, the opening fight to swing their favor. But Lukid, he'll get aggressive. Does Daffodil even know? They have an idea. Doesn't matter if they do. And a flurry of kills for MIBR. Lead it all down to this, and they go level once again. Gibby, who can find a difference? Back and forth we go. Level once again by the end of 10 rounds.
I would say they used that timeout perfectly, and they were cooking. That round was won so fast with those entry engagements. But again, losing the Azami, and not only that, losing the Azami in a way that is just so unfortunate on the side of LFO. Azami started vaulting in towards the bathtub as the window was opened in the animation, could do absolutely nothing. And then from that point on, MIBR put it into 6th gear, put the foot down, and really ran over that LFO defense. So we move into round 11, which, as you always like to say, means that we're going to see every single round in regulation in this game. Which of these sides, though, Whippet, are going to be the one that get that first try at match point?
It's too close to call. It's actually too close to call in this one. No team can find a significant advantage. You look at Chalet, and you so NC globally, it leans in favor of the offensive side by a significant percentage as well. And no one's had that clear advantage. No one's had this. And what is Daffodil cooking in this one?
I played in a stack yesterday that I think Ace got killed. Ace of Pirate got killed with that angle. And he was done. He was just like...
I can already imagine his reaction. I already can imagine Ace's reaction when he got caught by that one. Sees that in the kill cam and goes, yep.
What is this technology? Like, nobody expects that peak. So, anyways, nothing ventured, nothing gained that time around. 30 seconds on the clock and no opening pick has been found. Cameraman will be an absolute nuisance inside of kitchen, inside of dining, as any player who looks to push in through trophy or main door will be met with his vengeance. Will they take him down? Raps is locked in position, as you expect your Azami to be inside of library, just staying alive, using the keeper price. Still 3 in the pocket with it, so none of them have been used yet. Well, there you go. 2 in the pocket now. Timing.
Perfect time. If we mention anything, and it happens either exactly as we say it, or the complete opposite of how we say it. as we say it, it's almost like we got this wonderful caster curse, Gibby. So, getting to the middle stage of this round, cameraman hunting drones. They know his position's inside of there, and they'll know there's a frost map. They'll have to check it deep, and oh, the threat of a frost kept cameraman alive there. Nigel millimeters away from finding one. They'll peek out towards kitchen now and try and find it, but they collapse. 3 bodies arrive, 3 angles, hold cameraman in place and send him to the Shadow Realm. Minute 20, they can begin to work with this one, but for MIBR, that is huge. They've got it done. They've got that opening pick, and they can play for trades all the way to victory at this point.
So Daffodil rotates all the way back down and around as he pushes up through main. Fantasy still playing inside of stock, which is a position he will hold for a while. Uses the smoke to allow himself to cross inside of bar. Daffodil took a bit of a beating there as he went to peek the window. Swag has his cross though. Swag's job is very important. There's the Rotero getting rid of some of those keeper barriers. Swag's still in position. Nigel takes a lot of lead this time around, but he's still inside the fight, which is all that matters. Perez gets in a gunfight. Daffodil goes down. It's a 5v3. MIBR starting to storm the gates now as they look to move to match point.
30 seconds for LFO. The time will be their 4th teammate at this point. They need to use every second to their advantage. But Swag, this is a huge position. You can't vault into this window directly. And LFO are going to find 2 back-to-back. You're going to wander straight into falls, though, leaving it a 3 versus 1. Raps alone. But 14 seconds, Gibby! You can surely imagine this is going to be down to the absolute nail-biter it is. They know he's upstairs, but look at that timer, 5 seconds, and here's the case. He'll try and drop down, find so much damage. He'll break them best he can, but he'll drop to the Lion's Den, and Lucan will wrap it up. Match point for MIBR.
As I keep saying, I spoke to cameraman and he said they threw their first game. They were in the position to win that 7-1, I think was the chance to win it, but they threw. Now, can they do the opposite? Can they claw this game back from match point? You need to win your defense as we take another Intero timeout. And
I can't unsay it. I can't unsay it. I can't unsay it.
It's the Intero timeout. LFO Intero timeout.
You know what's worse? You know what's worse? Someone in chat pointed out, by the way, that it's Intero and then it's almost Pengu as well. Like, you got, like, 3 of the letters from his name.
Oh my god. Thank you for that one. I'll never look at timeouts in Brazil the same ever again as we move on. But can they have that same impact? You know, once again, LFO, I feel like they didn't need to take the timeout at 5-5. You know, they knew that either way, they were guaranteed to be in a position where they could win 1 round to force overtime at the bare minimum. But here's the thing with it. Numbers matter. Numbers matter quite a bit in this one. LFO's chances of winning this one with a regulation win, or the chances of qualifying top 3 with a regulation win, were 58%. They have now dropped quite a bit. Actually, these stats have updated a little bit because of the results of earlier games. But now, it's 55%. It drops from 62 down to 55% if they win this in overtime.
You know what I see? There's a 3% chance that MIBR top
Not anymore.
Group with a... Oh,
Not
it's
anymore.
Updated since. Oh.
Yeah. That was before the game. These were the stats before the game.
That is true, because the 7... Yeah, I was... To be honest, I did channel out what you were saying. I was putting notes down on paper, actually.
Yeah, but still, that has a big impact on this round now, because look at MIBR's chances of going through the top 3 with an overtime loss, only 51%.
Oh, Daffodil. Goes fishing. Goes fishing, no one bites. Fantasy will try... They... Chuck, they did. Right. So I like this a lot. So they had a Valkyrie camera in back pocket and they just chucked it outside. Right? They only last 10 seconds outside the building. But that's enough to try and get that extra little bit of information they can to begin to predict and figure out where this push is going to arrive from. Nigel looks to make an entryway. And while cameraman swings out wide the trench and both players find themselves reduced to low HP. Cameraman will cover off his retreat and smoke off that trench. Raps inside of kitchen. This has been a death box for many members of LFO so far. That opening engagement, that works out in favor of LFO by a huge proportion, in my opinion.
It does, and see the way Nigel recognized the fact that it was a smoke too and got out of that little killing box as soon as he took the damage so Smoke couldn't throw that canister and take him down. It was good appreciation for the scenario, even though he didn't get the kill. I've been so impressed by Nigel in this game so far, going 9-8. Now we're getting the information above. This is where the Valcams have an impact, and Daffodil wanted to step forward to throw the C4. They're all getting close together. He chucks the C4, waiting for the signal to blow, but it ain't gonna come just yet. But it is there. He's going to wait. He'll bide his time. Whenever he gets the call from his teammates, boom will go the dynamite, and hopefully for that side, a player of MIBR will fall. But a minute and 30 left to go. Still 2 players with low HP, Cameraman and Nigel. But remember, this is the round that LFO have to win. This is a must-round win for them because that's the only way they can force overtime now. And here comes the push with Ossa stepping down towards those trophy stairs.
You hear the shotgun go off in kitchen, met by a double reinforced wall. There's going to be a difficult position with a shotgun so up close and personal, and coverage held as well by 3 bodies or 2 bodies in close proximity. This is going to be a nightmarish fight. Whoever wins this engagement in kitchen might just win the round, and Redux finds the opening. Valkyrie gone, Daffodil slain. The next pick's going to be crucial, and Swag will pop up and find Redux, gets that trade. Fantasy takes an absolute beating, but 2 bodies locked upstairs away from sight, but 40 seconds leaves the site players vulnerable. Lukid gets one, the Fantasy. The backstab is set up in kitchen, but do they know he's by island? Surely they do know when they finally get him done. 2 versus 4. MIBR on the cusp of getting it done inside of regulation. Cameraman and Swag, the last 2 players standing, make that just Swag. 17 seconds and a dream. You want overtime? You gotta go the long way. But one by one, they'll funnel in. He'll get one. He'll find the hack. Surely not from Swag. It's all down to this one in the 1 versus 2. Pistol in hand. He's on for it. The ace. Clutch. 1 second. And Lukin does it by the thinnest of margins. MIBR get it done in regulation.
My hearts. You can't, I'm old, you can't do this to me. Swag almost with the hero play at the end. He had to peek, he had the fight. But it was won with a 1v1 at the end of the game. Lukid coming in clutch. MIBR win the game 7-5. And all of a sudden, LFO's chances of getting into the top 3 have dropped significantly with that win. But that was a proper brawl. And remember what I said, whichever team manages to get a 2-round lead would win the game. And that's exactly what happened in the very last round in regulation.
Oh, well, my predictions might have said LFO. My heart was always with MIBR with that one. I told you I had a hat lurking with me somewhere. They get the job done. Regulation. Oh, what a game that was. What a game. Almost a shame we didn't get to go to overtime. But my oh my, what a showing from both these teams. What a matchup of Siege that was.
It was great. We spoke about it. The character on display from both of those sides was phenomenal. I liked the way that they tried something different. You know, all of that defense was set up basically inside of Kitchen Trophy. Not the usual defense that you would see being played on a basement site. They brought out something crazy and a round that really mattered. And unfortunately for them, they lost the round. But fortunately for the viewers at home, you don't need to listen to me and Whip It for at least a minute or 2 minutes. We're going to jump to a break, and we come back. We'll welcome back in CDAPS and Jacob.
Well, MIBR's position in this group now suddenly looks a lot more secure because LFO seemingly is less of a problem than they were made out to be at the start of this stage. A full 3 points going 7-5 on Chalet when it definitely looked like LFO were in the driver's seat. MIBR call a timeout and then after that timeout win 4 rounds straight. Not the one immediately after the timeout to claim this bad boy, get 3 points in the group and vault themselves up above Black Dragons into second place in Group A.
Big win for them in the whole scenario with this group. It really was a brilliant performance. It was just a good game to watch from start to finish because we spoke a lot about how good MIBR were, but LFO went swing for swing with them all the way up to the very end of the night. They tried to cook something crazy in the kitchen. Swag became the head chef after a little bit of an upheaval, but at the very end, he couldn't win that clutch 1v1. For MIBR, things are looking great. But for LFO, well, that story's become a little bit convoluted.
Yeah, now there's so much pressure on their next game. They have to win by a certain amount. They need some help to push them into this postseason, or else their first stage might just be their last, if at least in this iteration of the roster, if they aren't going to be fully committed to moving forward. Hopefully that's not the case, because I think this roster still has tremendous upside. They dominated the entry game until the last 3 rounds where they lost just back to back to back. They were picking off Perez like it was like the easiest berry to pick on the bottom row of a bush. He was like 0-6 at one point. But for MIBR to have the resiliency and bounce back on those rounds, it was incredibly impressive.
My heart sank just a little bit when Swag couldn't find that final pick to make the ace clutch become true. I thought it could be reality for a brief moment. Unfortunately, he falls just a little bit flat. Breaks my heart, and that game deserved overtime.
Well, it certainly puts MIBR in a much better position, vaulting them up in a second. For LFO, it's a much harder story because they only got their first 2 points in their game against Black Dragons earlier in the stage and have yet to produce any points in the game since then. So it's a much harder climb, but none of the positions so far, aside from W7M, have been claimed in this group, which means it's still very much wide open. So speaking on that, gentlemen, before we let you go, we're looking at an MIBR and Black Dragons matchup tomorrow that is going to probably end up settling the score about how this group goes because it is the last game of the day. Give me a little bit of a preview about how you think that one's going to go. Do you think Black Dragons have it, or do you think MIBR do what they did against LFO? Gibson, what do you think?
2 teams going into the game with everything in their own hands. It's exactly what you want. It really gives this game not only a best of one league feeling, it actually feels like a best of one kind of knockout feeling now, because one of them is going to be in a much better position going into that bracket. So the map tomorrow, I think, is going to have a huge impact on that game.
I think MIBR, they're going to build off that momentum. They played today, a huge matchup, and they're going to feel that carrying on. They'll know the stakes of the next game of the season. I think MIBR should be able to get it done, but it's going to be another very close matchup, I think.
All right, well, gentlemen, thank you for the cast on that one. You'll come back for game number 4. Connor, as far as you and I are concerned, we have an MVP honor to give out. It's kind of a tough call between a couple different guys on MIBR, but ultimately, we wanted to settle on the guy that we talked about at the beginning of this game. It kind of looked like Reduct really has picked up where he's left off.
Yeah, before this match, he was the only one with above 1.0 and a positive KD. Now some other players on his roster have helped him, and it was overall just a way better game, with Reduct not having to carry the full weight of his team. Still strong enough on entry, flawless in fact, but with a low sample size of only 1-0. Still means that he's getting involved, but it was more in the mid-round that we saw a lot of his presence being felt. Those late-round picks where he was still left alive were so incredibly impactful and ultimately pushed his team over the edge.
If we can for a second, though, I did want to think about where LFO kind of fits into the midst of this whole thing, because they lost their worst game of the stage to W7M. We already understand that. They won a very close game against Black Dragons and then lost a very close game against MIBR just now. Does that still put them as more of a mid-table team in your eyes, or do they deserve this 5th place, only these 2 points? Are they not nearly as good of a team as their close games might show?
I think overall, they're just so close. They're a cusp team in every definition, because just a couple of rounds, all of a sudden, they could be in 2nd place pretty easily, maybe even rivaling W7M for 1st place. And it's just a really hard position because this roster is so new. Gibson was talking that he's had conversations with Cameraman and he's a believer in this project. And with the history that we know with Cameraman, it instantly grips my heart and makes me want to root for this team too. But so far, it's just really hard to give them more credit because at the end of the day, you've got to win those close games if you want to be called the best.
Well, W7M are already concluded their Group A campaign, which means it'll be up to the other 4 teams to sort those last 2 spots out between themselves, and all of that gets decided in our 2 Group A games for tomorrow's broadcast. But for today, we have one more game to run through, and it's in Group B. Let's put a couple of other marquee names up in a head-to-head for the very end of the day. FaZe Clan against Ninjas in Pajamas. I think in any other year, we would look at this and think this is a far closer matchup than it really has any right to be. But now it looks more like one of the most lopsided affairs we probably could see in this best-of-1 scenario.
Especially when you factor in that overtime win is against Team Liquid. That's a very powerful win. That's an amazing feather to have in your cap if you're a FaZe Clan fan. And overall, all their stats do look good. The defenses, it's not necessarily where we would expect them to be, especially a roster of this caliber, but they can always bounce those forward.
You're only saying roster of this caliber because I'm here. That's the only reason that comes to mind. Yeah, for sure. As far as FaZe is concerned, they've only played 2 games so far, but they are still undefeated. Seems like the changes that they've made were ones they did with the intent to become a good team right out of the gate, as opposed to slowly building for the future. When they brought in Vidiking, that was a really, really big question mark on everyone's mind. But then you bring in the duo of Handy and KDS. Handy's obviously been the standout. Vidiking looks like he's much better in a hard support IGL role than he was in the flex IGL role. But KDS is still whiffing entry engagements, so it's not like everything is all sunshine and rainbows for FaZe right now.
Yeah, if KDS is left alive, then he can do good things, but most of the consistent fragging has actually been on another member of this roster. But what's more interesting to think about is the global aspect of this Brazil region, because a lot of these teams have made what I like to call big money moves, big marquee signings, the players to watch. Starting off with Team Liquid, we've already seen Volps play, and he's been doing well. I've said it many times before that, hey, he's picked up right where he left off, and arguably he's doing better on this improved Liquid team. And then we also have Nade.
I was going to say, it's worthwhile to mention that these are the stats for the players that when they were coming into the day, so this doesn't reflect the way that both Nade and Volps have played in their most previous games. But still, that trend did continue for Nade, even though up until this point he had only 2 games played.
Yeah, and he's actually the most interesting case because he's on a role change and still doing well. But we go to the final piece, being Handy, who we really want to highlight and nail home for FaZe Clan. He's having a slight dip in performance. However, I think his impact is being felt more than what we saw on Furia, especially when FaZe is getting those huge, big wins that he's a massive part of in that El Clasico.
There were a lot of people that you could have pulled from that ex-Furia roster. You could have pulled Fantasy, you could have pulled STK. The argument could be made that either one of them would have been enough to help strengthen a roster. But right now, funnily enough, both of those guys are on teams that are not doing nearly as well. So it does go to show that Handy's influence is being felt on a team that is multilateral, that is able to play every angle and do everything at a really high level. Maybe just with the exception of KDS, because you would expect a fragger like him to be leading the team with the amount of pedigree that he has and the fact that he has won a major, but it's been Handy who's been making waves far more consistently, and we're hoping to see that continue, especially for every FaZe Clan fan who's looking for them to bounce back after not getting that SI win in 2022. Their opponents have an SI win under their belts, and it's hard to imagine a worse start for a lineup with 3 legends on a team like this. It genuinely feels like they're towing the line between being experimental and being indecisive with who plays what on attack.
Yeah, this roster has just been rough. It has been a biblical fall of grace, rivaled only from Lucifer dropping down from the heavens, where this team held the hammer, and now they hold the L, for lack of any better term. It has been so rough for NIP fans as well as this roster with performances that in your heart, you just want to think they can bounce back. This is still 3/5 of a roster that at one time was the greatest in the world. However, the meta has changed, everything has changed, and seemingly this roster and their core has too.
it feels like Muzi in a lot of cases is very non-existent compared to where he used to be one of the highest rated players. That was the same case with Pino. It's nice that players like Pino, and like he's not completely fallen down to a depth where he's unrecognizable, but it's also weird to look at this team from an outside perspective and realize they only were one player and a coach change away. They made the Berlin major with Wizard on the team, and yet they're still at a point where they couldn't even qualify for the Invitational this year. And it looks more and more dire the deeper you get into the way that they're attacking. And they also are having a really difficult time on defense, because even though a 50% win rate is pretty comparable with most other teams in Brazil, they're having a really hard time stopping the plant right now.
Yeah, it's almost an interesting case with how the 50% lines up with their plant allowed percentage. Every time that NIP has let the plant go down, they have lost the round. And that's not just saying like, oh, 50%. That is like the case if you go round by round, because they have a 0% retake percentage. Any team that gets the case down gets a free win. And for NIP, if you focus on, hey, let's stop this plant, let's bring the game plan, maybe a little bit more denial operators or having additional intel to where the execute condition is for the teams, they'll find success, because once again, every defense that they have won has been when no bomb went down.
So long as they're able to do that, we would certainly hope that they're able to find more. I mean, we say find more success. It's kind of obvious what the formula needs to be for NIP. In the same way that it was very obvious how Liquid needed to make sure that they dominated the early round in order to get that win over Magic Squad, and they did. So, Connor, so far, you're 1 for 1 on whether keys to success are actually relevant to the upcoming match. Let's see if you end up going 2 for 2, or whether the map that we go to is also the one that you were estimating before this bad boy got underway. The only problem is NIP don't really seem like they have that many good maps right now.
Yeah, it's really tough where FaZe has a stronger map pool, and especially if they're able to really toss over this Oregon ban into NIP's side, that's where things are going to get really rough for NIP. And that's exactly the case we see with ban number 2, that hook map of Oregon. That's the overlap between these two teams. And NIP kind of blinked first. They lost the game of chicken, and all of a sudden, FaZe Clan are in the driver's seat.
I'm liking how there are plenty of options that FaZe Clan could go to, and it's more a matter of kind of allowing NIP to really control their own destiny and forcing FaZe to a point where they can try and map out that maybe they're not that good with. But overall, I mean, for the past year, what's the head-to-head for Bank?
The head-to-head for Bank for FaZe Clan, 4-5. As opposed to 2-2 for NIP, so not necessarily the best case scenario for either of these maps, but as we've seen it so far in the one play here in Brazil, it seemed that no teams could win a defense to save their lives. And maybe that is a strength for NIP, considering their abysmal 16% attacking win rate, that maybe they'll get some of those on the board.
The best part about Bank in a Latin American context is just the fact that it's got a lot of playtime in a lot of really big money moments. Welcome back to Gibson and Whippet on the desk. I'm remembering when NIP had to play Space Station, the very last map of the grand final of SI 2020, and it was on Bank. And that's when you think, oh, there might still be a chance for NIP to close this thing out in 5 maps. And they end up losing it to a point where I don't even remember that often where NIP has played it and really been able to find success on it. So I'd love to know from you guys, is this map a catalyst, in your opinion, towards NIP actually finally having a shot to win a game in this group? Either one of you can go.
I'll go first on this one, Jimmy. for a change, I'll speak first. Man, I mean, you bringing up the SSG loss there hurts my soul a little bit. I was cheering against NA for that final. But probably, it's got to be done. It's not been a map that I've seen them very commonly on. I don't really know if it's going to suit them best. It's an execute heavy map, and they've struggled with stopping that plant, and they struggle with those retakes. If a case goes down, they're going to really struggle on a map like Bank. It's going to be a hard one for them to really find their groove. They'll get tested here.
And the follow on for that, it's a team that are, as you said, not very good post-plant on defense, playing on a map where we see a lot of rounds where the case does go down. You think of basement, you think of top floor. It seems like this is one of the maps where more often than not the case does go down. So it's really, to me, them taking a shot in the dark. They're throwing something at the wall here. They're seeing if it's going to stick. all in all, I think it's going to be a fun game, but it isn't. It's still not the Nip that we kind of know and love from a year and a half ago.
I mean, the sad part is we're not approaching this from a game of, oh, what do FaZe Clan need to do to win? It's more of what do NIP need to do to not lose? Because all FaZe Clan have to do is get a win, and they guarantee themselves in playoffs, as if we didn't kind of already expect they were going to go there. But even if they lose, they still have a greater than 50% chance of qualifying for playoffs anyway, because NIP is not a team that really poses that big of a threat. So the onus is all on Ninjas in Pajamas. Are they actually going to get out of bed this time around and try and stop FaZe Clan, or are the snipers about to do what the snipers do best and keep running roughshod over every other team in this region? We'll take a fast break. We'll come back with NIP and FaZe Clan.
Welcome back in, everyone. This is FaZe against NIP. The names are historic inside of the world of Rainbow Six, but in the last 12 to 16 months, things have not looked good for ninjas in pajamas. But what better way to turn your favors around than by starting today and getting a win against one of your biggest rivals?
It would be absolutely immense if NIP were able to come out in this game and against all the bad luck they've had out of all the poor performances and get a victory here against FaZe. If you want to put that final kind of expression point on your season so far on this group stage, that would be it. NIP though, they're struggling right now. It's not been a fun stage for them. They've really had an identity crisis as a team and they can't quite find that chemistry that they used to have. However, he said, I have got a little bit of hopium for them. So many legendary players on this team. 3 of them have lifted a hammer. Surely they can begin to find that magic again.
And we got to see some incredible stats about NIP before the show, or before the game even started, where we were told that anytime the attacking side gets the case down against them, they lose the round. Anytime that the attacking team doesn't get the case down, they win the round. But here's the caveat to that. That means that they are very, very good at least keeping everybody alive to either the end of the round or when the case goes down, because not once have they lost a round where the attackers have taken everyone down.
An impressive stat line. However, it's also very disconcerting that they've not had a successful retake so far in this. If the bomb goes down, you're going to win the round against NIP, at least based on our historical data for this stage so far. Operator bans begin to roll out. Gibby, do you want to be brave enough for some predictions? Who's it going to be?
Well, the first one I'm not going to predict because it's stature, because it's already come up, which is a funny enough ban on Bank, if we're being honest. The next attacking ban coming through on Bank, I don't even want to guess, could be another Ying. Yep, that's exactly what it is going to be. Ying's ban rate's gone through the roof. On defense, you know, you're looking at your likes of your Azamis, your Kaids, operators like that. They're going to have a massive impact. What do you think, Whippet?
Going to be probably a Kaid.
Good shout.
I definitely didn't see that at the fractions I said it. NIP is going to ban out a Valkyrie. Simple as enough said. Please, I've not got this wrong many times before. I'm so good. It's not like it's the easiest one to predict out of all of them. The final defender to get banned. However, I've only got it once wrong. I've only got it wrong once in like the last 2 weeks. That's an impressive stat line, Gibby. At least let me have that one. What Bank will be our theater for this matchup? NIP versus FaZe. 2 names with iconic histories. FaZe, hammer not quite landing in the trophy cabinet. NIP grabbing it all those moons ago. Can they get it done here? And they're going to go to open office for the very first site here on Bank.
Open area office. We'll see a lot of delay games on that top floor. In the past, we usually see defined lines being drawn in the sand where they'll fall back and eventually make their way back to site. You look at the defender lineup, and to me, when you're defending here, I'm surprised that we're not going to see Azami, because usually you see players playing on that B-bomb chassis looking in towards square. Whippet, do you want another Sprabooty stats before we get into this one?
Yes, please, give me the wonderful stat line.
As it stands, FaZe are 10 rounds behind Liquid on round difference. So they have 2 games to make that up. If this game goes 7-5, there is no chance whatsoever to get first place.
Woo! Alright, so FaZe going to want to get a very swift 7-0 then.
Of course they do. They want to get on top of Liquid. You know, you spoke earlier about teams not thinking about finishing top. They're just going to finish by getting the job done. It's always personal between FaZe and Liquid.
I mean, it's called the El Clasico for a reason. It's one of the biggest matchups in Brazilian Siege. And well, we saw it just recently, just a week past at this point. NIP. For me, this is another team that I've got a soft spot for. It's a team that I have a massive amount of belief in, or at least a little bit of hopium. I want to see these legends begin to have that ascendancy again. But the meta shift over the last year has absolutely ruined them. It's not been good.
That's exactly what I was going to say too. So the Lion scan is going to pop. Souls repelled on the window. Pino misses the first opportunity to get the open pick, but thankfully for him, Souls was not in a good position to take him down back the other way. Handy, the new player from FaZe, steps on it as well. He's already Made it very close to sight. He's got a long angle looking in towards open area. Will one of those defenders dare to peek this way? Oh no, this is set up very well. 1:30 gone so far, and still you've got players on rappel outside the building.
Right, P, this is a good time-wise situation with 1:25 to work with, no opening pick, and only the beginnings of map control for the side of FaZe. This is rather huge. Now, they have a block upstairs who's going to begin to chew through those vertical positions and begin to try and displace what they can, but they're not going to be able to get a lot of pressure. And, well, yes, Handy's going to sit and hold this rotate in a very nasty angle as well. The longer they wait, the longer they're past. Remember, you're on the offense. You need to press the fight. This could be a huge problem. Column's going to get the opening pick. King's first to fall for FaZe. An aggressive push in the small office. A Cyber's going to be able to get one the Psycho. And look at this. Handy's just deep inside his sight. He's going to be able to catch rotation. Surely they have no idea he's there. He'll try and catch one through the wall, but gives away his position. And the C4 comes soaring in.
Wizard takes him down. The missed opportunity there, but KD's is going to get that kill onto Cons. It's a 3 versus 3. The aggressive push, he's also just gone and meleeed that black mirror, so it's going to be it's going to stop you from being able to see the other way, which means he can isolate now a 1v1, but you can see the camera just giving away his position. KD's is going to get the kill on the Pino from above. It's a 3v2. He steps into the void, takes a lot of damage, but he's still in position. Cyber drops the hatch. Soul swings in at the same time. And that was a good first round for FaZe Clan, especially considering that they lost the opening pick.
The thing that really scares me is there was a massive void in NIP's defense in that situation. No one really holding archives, no one being aware of it, no rotation even down towards that triple wall. Basically, we had Andy walk in and be super disruptive to site. Gets one pick. The C4 is perfect, but at that point, space is opened up. That gives a moment of chaos, and FaZe capitalize on it absolutely perfectly. I get themselves an opening round. You've just got to wonder, maybe NIP needed to play someone to hold on that one. FaZe found the one weak point of that site from the setup that NIP had, and they just went, yeah, we're going to exploit this. Collapsed perfectly. Very well done execution.
So round 2 coming up for grabs next. What will FaZe Clan bring on attack? The Dokkaebi coming out. We've spoke about it many a time before. The global ability that just stops players from looking at cameras, even the ones that have passed on, has a massive impact and really enables the push. Just a reminder, if you are watching, from the stats that are provided by Spoonie, NIP unfortunately cannot get first place in the group. But a regulation win here opens up the door a little bit. They've still got games to play. 48% chance means that it's not fully in your hand. You need some things to go your way. But again, the confidence from beating FaZe would be a big one for them if they're able to win this one.
Massive benefit. Getting a victory here would be huge. Biggest thing for me is I think for morale at the camp of NIP, they need this victory. While even look at the percentage, like they get top 3, it's only a 48% chance for the regulation win. Their numbers, their stats, their probabilities doesn't look great at this stage of the season for them. They're yet to get going, yet to find that rhythm again.
So as you
just what?
No, I was just saying, as you normally see, you'll see players getting on the windows and bank. This is what we've become accustomed to in the early stages.
Yeah, they're trying to get that initial pressure, trying to find that crossfire. They'll use this as an entryway to use that as a staging area. They'll get in, they'll get initial control. You have so many options when you get that top floor control. It's really difficult to retake. I don't think NAP are going to be too keen to do that. Site's down in the basement, so FaZe will have basically free reign, and they spot this Asami setup, or sorry, the Aruni setup established on that hatch, and I think they're going to try, they were trying at least NAP to be smart with it, to try and use that to burn out anything on that hatch. Unfortunately, though, it's not going to be available to them as that flashbang tossed out by Cyber will stop that.
Yeah, the good old stand-up player on top of the table as soon as you get the idea that they are trying to drop off the table whenever you think they're trying to open the hatch. But if you look at it already, FaZe Clan have gone through a lot of those checklist items. They've got one of the hatches open. They're going to get the other ones open now as well. Psycho's position will be one that'll be untenable in a few seconds once this hatch does open as well, while creating a couple of rotates so that the attackers have plenty of options of what way to attack when it gets close and close to execution time.
The way
Cybers.
FaZe are going through this map is beautiful, by the way, Gibby. Like, just look at the efficiency that they have as a unit, right? How they move around this, they sculpt the map, they have everything planned out perfectly. They were expecting every little trick the NIP setup had for them, and the way they're sculpting this map setting up is absolutely a joy to watch, and they're in a good position as they get towards that business end of a round. Just over a minute left to work with. They need the opening pick. Souls are taking a little bit of damage, but they should be able to find this reasonably easily as they'll spot the player behind server rack. And now I don't think Omaya's got too much long left on this planet.
No, and they've got the operators to move him to. Capitao can send one of those firebolts into the corner. It'll force him to move, and somebody will just hold the angle and wait for the cross. There's still a player on blue as well. Speaks on through. Pino throws the nade, but the kill comes in. Vidaking trades it back, though. 4 versus 4. But you've still got Wizard to clear away from inside of server rack. Vidaking's going to get a kill onto Psycho, who got a little bit aggressive, trying to help out his teammate, who's stuck inside the corner. But he's going to get pre-fired again. Big gunfight coming through. And Vidaking gets another one. It's a 4 versus 2. And FaZe taking control, but Muzi pulls one back.
Critical one to get back, but Cyber fires off, and he fires for a second one. Muzi and Con slain back to back. Cyber drops in, and with complete control, gets it done. 2 rounds in a row for FaZe. The rhythm of that push was beautiful. Just look, especially at how Cyber maneuvered around that map. The perfect 3-2-1 execution to breach through that wall inside of open area to try and clear the person on that open hatch. That good read on the utility usage to have the flashbangs to open up those hatches and stop that Rooney trick. Very well done. Very smart use of utility from them. NIP, they tried to bring out a fancy solution to stop those hatches, and it just fell flat. They'll go back to open area now.
Gonna go back to open area, so they've elected not to go to the top floor at all. I think though we can finally say that NIP have lost 2 defenses now where the case didn't go down, which is the first time that's happened to them inside of the season of BR6. And FaZe Clan have come out of the traps running, but that is something that you expect to see from them. You know, they've had a lot of heartbreak. They've had a lot of success with it, but they've had a lot of heartbreak too in the last 12 to 24 months. You know, they've lost a major. They spoke in the pre-show about the fact that a few years back they lost that SI final as well, which is one that I know that you still think that... What was it you said? It was a legacy?
No, don't listen. Don't do this.
Where's the bus? Where's the bus? Where's the bus? Because I need to throw you under it.
You outed me, you outed me did we work with NA guys here, Gibby? You can't start telling me that I don't think SSG won that event because of map advantage. Alas, we move.
It's a touchy subject for Whippet still. He's still a little bit upset about it.
Lineal
couple of
title
years
went
on.
to NIP.
Couple of years on. So, we get stuck into round 3. FaZe Clan have won 2 rounds in a row. Both finished the same way with Cyber getting involved on the buck, but there's an opening pick. Cons jumps out, goes for the long rotate home, and unfortunately for FaZe, there was nobody in position to trade it back. Good play by Cons.
Very well done. I mean, he has the solace again, so he knows that there's A, no, or B, there is a Claymore and can react perfectly to it, so he sends out that window, gets that pick, and FaZe fighting on the back foot very early. Now, you've lost Cyber, you've lost the IQ. Not the biggest thing, but the counterplay is that IQ could be able to use to find Cons, hunt down the Solace from that gadget active. And that could have been very, very useful indeed. However, they'll have to work without it just to begin to sculpt the map and work through it now bit by bit, stage by stage.
So verticality being established now onto open area by Buck. Souls playing Buck this time around. So a little bit of a change in the lineup. Cyber, of course, down of the side of this round already. Handy doing some damage to the floor as well. But unfortunately, no damage being done to players just yet. Minute and 20 seconds left to go. And the site setup is still strong from NIP.
Doing a good job holding the line. No real breaches on the site. They're vertical open, though that could be a problem if they have that pressure inside of Archives this time. And it will be the Solace doing that, and at least holding on for the time being. Slowly but surely we hear that skeleton key chipping away, trying to pick the lock of this defense of NIP. The opening pick's such a huge advantage to have. The Solace's legs get caught out, and Con's gonna find himself slain. Legged inside of rotating with 50 seconds left to go. That draws us level. FaZe back to a 4 versus 4. Wizard remains undetected, but the primary front of this attack arriving from quad wall. They can crack it open best they can. The impact's tossed too deep at least. Stops one Salma charge, not the second one to go off, and, well, Pino finds a lot of pressure arriving. It's gonna be Vita King and KD has to find one more. Psycho gets a trade, but he finds himself on the wrong end of Vita King. Wizard alone on this front line now, and it's gonna be Souls to crush NIP. 3 rounds in a row from FaZe.
That's a buck kill again to sign us off in the round. It's been a very, very good round from FaZe again. At the start, NIP, they got the opening pick. They put themselves in a good position. They had a strong defensive setup, but a very, very good coordinated push coming through from FaZe was the 3rd round in a row. And NIP have seen enough. It's time for an Intero timeout.
Oh, no. Stop reminding me that it says Intero up there.
It says Intero. Really?
Does it? Oh no! Don't let this become your thing on BR. So, what we like to call this, or at least I like to call this. I don't know if you have followed me, like a Twister timeout, especially in EU on Team Secret. Twister, a former coach in Brazil, has moved over to EU. He calls it timeouts very, very early. Helps the team redirect, change the course a little bit earlier in this matchup. NIP need it because whatever they're doing right now, it's not working. FaZe have them read like a book. There's no problem. There's no contesting. FaZe get in the building. There's no one fighting them on the entries. NIP are very bunkered up. They're very scared. And that's a very dangerous position to find yourself in against a team like FaZe. You give them control. You let them decide the rhythm of the map. You are going to be paying very, very pricey rounds. And that's what happened so far. 3-0 for FaZe. This is a rough one.
Not a good start at all, but let's see if that timeout can have an impact. Well, we're not going to get to find out just yet, as you're going to have to get a jump scare from Whippet and I again. Whippet, you've had your timeout, and now they're going to get a little bit more time to talk as players, because that's what it means. Obviously, now when we get a technical pause, they can't talk to the coach. They can only talk to each other and work out what's going wrong. I think what's going wrong is they're just being overwhelmed. They're being straight up overwhelmed in 1v1 gunfights.
The big thing is, though, the fact is they're not challenging FaZe to these gunfights in, I think, appropriate places. I mean, the amount of times that FaZe walk in uncontested. The opening round, for example, Handy's not pressured in lobby. He doesn't feel any threat. He walks straight into tellers. He can have archives for free. In that last round, and the 2 previous rounds, FaZe are able to get top floor without any problems. They walk in top floor, there's no issues, have a few cut-off drones, and you're in. And then you can do whatever you want, and they suffer the early pick, but they get it back slowly but surely. NIP are in their shell a little bit, and that's not how you should play against a team like FaZe. You need to try and fight them. You need to try and get into their rhythm, disrupt it. Otherwise, round by round, moment by moment, FaZe are going to continue this level of domination.
And domination it has been. As apart from that one time they got the opening pick, it seems like every time you look at the kill feed, FaZe are in front. They're in positions where they can easily work it out. But again, it's the coordination. You picked up on it in the first round. The players are playing very close together from FaZe. Everybody is doing their job very effectively and efficiently. Once they get through, so they'll drone, they'll take space. They'll drone again, they'll take space. They set up such a good drone network that they've got a perfect picture of where the defenders are playing and what they're holding, that when it comes time to execute, they don't need to second guess themselves. They don't need to question what's going on. They know they can go straight on in and get those kills.
Yeah, it's a really rough one to look at, because I am on the NIP hopium. I want to see a recovery from them, but it's just very, very difficult to see it from this point. They need a complete major shift up to how they're playing this right now. Can they find it? It will be, well, I guess time will be the ultimate judge of that one.
Time will be. So let's see, did the timeout have an impact? FaZe Clan, they of course got to talk to their coach as well. I'm sure their coaches talked about it. Things are going good right now. Let's not give away the opening pick, but keep doing what you are doing, as we may be about to jump into another technical timeout. We'll keep you guys posted on that one. But Whippet, I know that the attacking lineups change. You know, what you see on your screen right now is usually changes dramatically based on where the defensive side is playing. But if FaZe brought a blitz, is that just a bit of disrespect, in your opinion, if they decide to bring blitz on bank?
No, I see them, especially in that basement. They're going to go for probably a fast server take. That would be what I'd imagine they'll do. They'll use that, break the line, get control very early, and work from that point on. And IP clearly have shown that they like to kind of bunker up inside of that server rack. They reinforce it. They try and use the Aruni trick to stop them getting that hatch open. So it's a very, I think, a good adaptation to try and get aggressive and push that and get that map control quickly.
I think so. But guys, what we're going to do is we're going to jump into a quick break. And when we come back, we'll have the resumption of our final game of the day. We'll hopefully see you guys soon. Welcome back in, everyone. And our producer just gave me the jump scare of all jump scares when he told us we were going back in. Whip it. After a little break, FaZe Clan NIP, the score's 3-0. NIP need to get something going.
I'm still trying to get my heart rate down with the jump scare. I was sitting there relaxing. About 5 seconds ago, game will.
We'll survive. Look, you can't. I'm telling you, I'm old, and Whip It is falling apart. So you can't do that to us. You cannot do that to us, or else.
Dynamic Joe, huh? You're 123 years old, and I'm put together with really old super glue and some rusty duct tape.
Well, that's why we cast with so much passion, because we never know when we're just not going to be around anymore. Any cask, every round could be our last ever round.
Yes, the duct tape holding me together might simply just fail at any moment. However, we are back. So, you've missed it. FaZe Clan, 3 dominant rounds against NIP. NIP have, yes, they have been in the lobby and they have played some Siege, but they've been outclassed just a little bit as Buck looks to get aggressive, trying to walk all the way up by bending. The opening pick is going to go to Muzi. Cyber in a head-on-head draw. Gets it. God loses his head in that one.
And not for the first time in the opening few rounds, NIP get the opener, but FaZe Clan have been able to set up drone networks and find a way to claw the numbers back into their favor. So Viking with the case in his back pocket, and the Thermite will step on into square, keeps an eye towards Janny to make sure that nobody's lurking around that corridor to take him down, and then he'll begin making his way towards site. Castle setup being used in open area with some footholds to give a little bit more protection of the player holding open area to keep those hatches completely backed up. But you feel like, Whippet, this is the big one. Muzi looking to flank in behind the Thermite when they eventually try to take blue and move the player from the position. Could be like, Wizard is up an elevator as well. So a couple of sneaky NIP players just hiding in the corner, but an opportunity is missed. And maybe this is where Viking could step back into the line of fire of Muzi, and Pino does get souls.
A much better round by NIP. The opening picks go their way. They all find it, and Psycho's going to get one more. KDS walks straight into him. And Viking, well, we jump on board just as the last man standing. NIP, what a boon this would be for them. Get back into his Wizard would collect it. And a flawless defensive round against FaZe. That's what they needed. That's what the doctor ordered just a little bit to get themselves that momentum, that energy going back up.
You do. Get that going. That's a flawless round. Build on that now. FaZe Clan were just shocked and awed by that defense. The opening pick coming in and everybody found themselves isolated. Remember what we said about the real structure and teamwork from FaZe Clan and the 3 rounds that they won. That round that they were all individuals and NIP tore them apart.
So, that's going to be the key perhaps to this one. If NIP can find ways to force FaZe to take these very difficult fights where they're exposed, doing it one by one, that's going to be where they can find success. But if FaZe are given the freedom to just walk through the map bit by bit, and that opening fight with Mozzie, right? They expect that to be clear. They're going to check the angles, watch it deep, but that's the very first time NIP fought them aggressively on the entry and they won the round. That's what we need to see more of.
Mm-hmm. Here's a question for you now when we talk about Mozzie in the last update. You know, the new 1 bullet chamber in the round when you go to reload.
This. You might open a can of worms that will crawl under your skin. So,
how much do you think that that's going to affect an operator like Mozzie, who already has such a low bullet count in the mag?
I thought you were going to start talking about his interaction with Brava, and I would have lost my sanity. No, it hurts because I play the Roni on Mozzie. I know the pain, you know. I got into a gunfight. Let me try to reload. Oh, someone else peeked me. I've got 1 bullet. I've missed it because I'm awful. It does hurt a little bit, but part of that new kind of input means a little bit more. You have to think about your reloads, and maybe the Roni might see a little bit of a dip in performance because of that.
Yeah, but the utility still has a big impact on the game. As you know, as the attackers like to disable those Mozzie pests, as we like to say. You didn't lose a drone. You disabled a Mozzie pest.
Which, you know what? Yes, it's a keep the morale up. Oh, what? I didn't lose a drone, guys. I took out a Mozzie Pest. Spin it positively. Well, FaZe Clan, this is a very similar story for them like that we saw in the opening 3 rounds, right? Bit by bit, they've got controls, they're not being fought on it, they can work their way through it. Souls down below, inside a basement. We saw a silhouette very close to him. Of him. One's inside of CC actually walking around. He's looking for a way in. That wooden barrier will mean there'll be a sound cue if he wants to get that control. And Cons uses that gadget on Solos to try and find any utility close by. Spots the breach charge, so now knows where the verticality is coming from. But FaZe, uncontested so far. And Cons kind of boxed in here. He's got to reveal his position to get out.
So, Cons shoots open the door. That'll feed information to the players on Square. It'll also feed information to Souls, who steps in behind. We've got ourselves a trade as KDS gets Cons. Psycho takes down Handy. And we're back in a 4v4. Cyber missing the opportunity to take down one of those defenders on site. So, KDS is going to drop inside of Square. I like what Souls is cooking here too. Opens up the hatch, maybe hoping there was a defender in place, but they moved just a few seconds before. Well, again, FaZe Clan starting to play a little bit more like a team, but NIP, 50 seconds in the round, and they get a knock on to Souls.
Huge one. At this stage, he's likely not going to get himself recovered, so Pino falls down to KDS. So we're back to a level technical 3 versus 2, but a flurry of kills goes either way. It's Cyber alone now. He'll drop in this site. Can NIP get themselves one more back? Surely they can. He's on 1 HP. A Wizard finds it. NIP 2 rounds in a row. Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me, NIP. Please, no.
So you're saying there's a chance?
No, don't. Is this NIP comeback in the room with us now?
Oh, I hope so. NIP coming back. Look, we said it before. This game, NIP win it in regulation, there's still a chance they make the top 3. For FaZe Clan, they want to win this one as quickly as possible because they still have their sights set on top spot inside the group. NIP, at times this season so far, as short as it has been, have looked like they're not a very good unit. As you said, they've looked scared at times. This last 2 rounds, they've actually begun to back themselves more in gunfights. They've been playing with a little bit more confidence. I don't know what was said in that tactical timeout that was taken, but it's working so far. 2 rounds back-to-back. Can they get a 3-3 half?
They're re-energized, revitalized, you could say. Can they just keep it rolling? And this will be the upstairs site to do it. This one, now, upstairs on bank, as much as many of us love to play it, it is one of the most difficult sites to hold. It's not very popular from a lot of the teams. Teams are moving away from it as a primary, and I have a feeling this might be a difficult one for NIP. FaZe might systematically go through this and pick it apart bit by bit, and the concern is a lack of a solace down below that uses that late game denial if that plant goes down. They don't have that control. That's a little bit scary to me because they've been using a solace for every other site so far.
And if you want to attack the site from the windows, you need at least 2 to 3 players to commit to doing just that, because you need to find some way to control lobby to make sure the lobby player doesn't swing and take you off the window. There we go. There's a pest disabled with it. It's been disabled.
Yeah, the pest nearly got the feed as well.
So, as I was saying, though, you need to commit players to holding the windows if you want to do it. So Pino will hold that angle. Not for the first time today. He held this one a little bit earlier, and at the second time of asking, he misses his shot again.
He was patient. He had the trigger discipline to hold on for just a little bit, but unfortunately, Cyber manages to zig and zag the right directions, keeps his head upon his shoulders, and now he's down below. And this is a problem because this site, one of the older ones in the game, everyone knows the default spots. Guess what Nook has? 2 wonderful high explosive grenades in her back pocket. And I'm figuring they're going to get tossed at pinpoint precision straight at some floorboards. And this might just find a victim.
Would you say it was pretty handy to have that return drone to get rid of that shield?
You've been sitting on that all day. Actually, for weeks you've been trying to say that one. There's an aid down below from Cyber. Finds one on the Psycho. Opening pick goes for FaZe. NIP lose that first casualty. And the drone catches the Oryx instead of open area. The hunt is on.
So Cyber is playing below the Nook and the Iana. No nades left for Iana, and looking at the side of, look, one nade left in the back pocket that you can still use. Cyber pushes up and there's a trade as him and Wizard fall down. Pino uses those glasses to get himself one, but he's going to get put into DBNO. So Cons now finds himself in a 2 versus 2. One player down for each side. Cons dances his way around the site and finds the kill on the Souls.
Huge.
And he gets himself another one. It's a 3-3 half.
Okay, NIP. Back from the grave, it seems. Oh my goodness, that's what I love to see. NIP look dead and buried after 3. And they found a way. They've sat up like The Undertaker, and they've come back to life. The half goes level. NIP move to the offense.
Into the next round, we transitioned into round 7, and it's going to be a basement defense. You look at the setup, they have a Rooney, Mozzie, and you've got yourself the smoke as well. So you're putting a lot of utility into holding time again. Azami will set up lots of little one-ways and create spots to hold that usually weren't there before, probably playing inside of open areas. They will look to protect those hatches, and it tells you that they're committing to doing that already with the fact that they've already opened those hatches down at the site. So they're going to hold open area and not let the attackers in that way.
Oh, this game's heating up. It's heating up. We had a Classical last week, and we had a FaZe versus Liquid. We get a little bit of a junior version of that one now. NIP, another legendary name here in Brazil.
So
I'm honestly, I'm watching this like a fan at this point. I'm on the edge of my seat.
That's because we are. That's why we do what we do, because we absolutely love watching these teams going head to head. So Wizard will step in towards ATMs already, the drone in the standard spot to check out lobby. Just make sure there's nobody hiding inside loan office as well, as you don't want to get stabbed in the back as you begin to make your way in. This is a big round for NIP. They've won 3 rounds back to back. They're looking to make that momentum stick and take a round lead. For FaZe, it's about stemming the bleeding. Now you came out of the traps rushing, but now things slow down. You're on defense, and now things change a little bit. You're no longer the team that's usually in charge of setting the pace. NIP need to set the pace, and FaZe Clan need to react to it.
A lot of drones, an army of them sent to get the information on where Cyber is, so they can begin to try and put that pressure on. The hold instead of open area, a difficult one to crack for NIP so far, and they need to find the opening pick to really try and put that pressure on. The keeper barriers and metal detectors give them a huge amount of cover if they want to go out to the hallway, and a C4 prepped ready, but heading in is just into the wind. No information, no call, and that minute 30 mark, bang, straight back to site. Any time wasted at this point is fantastic from FaZe, because no one's at risk now. NIP can clear it all they want, but they're back on site.
But think about the site. It's basement. You've lost the only C4 that your team had in the back pocket, so now everything falls onto smoke. Cyber gets himself that kill onto Pino, playing in that position. Makes things a little bit easier in the 5v4, as now open area control has been wrestled away. So now you got to be careful about how close you stand to those hatches. Cyber no longer can sit there safely and happily waiting for the players to push in through that server side. He's got to be cautious and wary about anybody dropping down through those hatches. Souls now is about to come under pressure as he detonates his first smoke. Shotgun in the back pocket as well. Still 40 seconds. Phone call comes on out, and there's the smoke drop. So now you get the feeling that NIP need to attempt and execute. They get one. Wizard finds one. It's a 4v4. There's a kill on the Handy as well. Souls takes down Psycho, and the case is going down. Souls peeks once more. KDS gets one on the Cons, and that's a big one. Musy's going to fall as well. The case has gone cold, and it's all down to Wizard trying to conjure up a little bit of magic, but it ain't going to be found. KDS gets the last call, and that went from 0 to 100 in a matter of seconds.
I really love the attempted execution they try to line up. Smoke up the Keylander site, hold the hatch and win your ones. Try to sit that case best you can. However, they didn't win those key ones. Soul stayed alive inside of bottom blue. They need to clear that one before you make that deep dive on execution. The DMR of Aruni holds on best they can inside of blue and locks it in. Very well done from FaZe, no matter how much pressure there was.
So we move to round 8. FaZe take the 4-3 lead. They've stemmed the bleeding. They've got themselves back in front again, and they find themselves 3 rounds away from victory. So we wait for the players to get back in the lobby once more. The defensive lineup with it, though, which is 5 seconds away whenever the pause resumes from being locked in. Warden, Capcan, Mira, Azami, and Mute. The Capcan hasn't been used this map yet. And you know yourself, he's an operator that in the end of the round is when he becomes most valuable, because attackers don't have time to think about looking at their knees anymore. They're trying to find heads as they try to force an execute. So if FaZe get into a scenario where NIP are going for a last dash execute, that's where the Capcan utility really comes in.
Yeah, I mean, it's that final push, right? That final tactical mile that you need to cross, and all of a sudden, bang, you explode from the floorboard. It's like, what's just happened? Oh, you see the kill feed, it's a Capcan. It's one of the most crushing feelings you can have, but it's one of the most easy high-impact operators that a lot of teams will tend to run inside their lineups, because you get a decent gun to fight with. That SMG is something that, you know, people are very fond of, and since Azami's popularity has risen, you have a C4 or impact, depending on what your team requires from you, and a kind of a place to forget high-impact utility. Capcan's got a lot going for him.
Brava initially being brought out here too. That can still change, but it's a pick that I really like. You know, you'll see bulletproof cams potentially over by that kitchen looking towards square. You can remove that from place if you decide to do so. You can get all of those default cams again, though. Instead of shooting lobby cam, you steal it, you get it for yourself. I like the Brava pick on this site.
Why is that? Why do you like this Brava pick?
I just explained it.
Yeah.
Did you see the thing again where you just decide not to listen to me?
Yes, intentionally actually. Intentionally. I actually wanted to try and gaslight you into repeating yourself, but unfortunately you're too aware for that one.
I'm awake. It happens every once in a while.
Every occasional time you've actually woken up this time around. But yeah, I mean, yes, Brava could be a huge high impact, and Wizards bring the DMR instead of what we traditionally would see, which is that Power 306, but I'm never against it, and slowly doing parkour will hack the default camera in lobby, and that's a huge amount of utility now just gathered. As I've mentioned earlier in the broadcast, but I'll do it again, Brava, as fancy as it is to hack bulletproofs in sight, or get yokai drones, or even Capcan traps, you're gonna do it for the default cameras.
And you spoke about the fact that Brava's bringing the DMR. Buck has brought the cameras as well with it. They've doubled down, and he's got the Gone 6 in the back pocket too. So really, Pino was going to try and get into those long-range engagements. You don't want to be forced to swing with the DMR at close range. Vidaking takes a bit of a beating from the DMR. He's decided, you know what? I'm not going to peek that way anymore. I'm going to fall back. Cyber rotates back as well, as FaZe Clan decide now it's time to go into a full anchor. But I think Cyber wants the hatch open because he wants to get down below.
His movement certainly looked like he wanted to drop that hatch and rotate up, but they've not got that set up, and they don't want to do it late. The sound of that cracking will probably be very easy to telegraph exactly what his play is. So that element of stealth would have been lost. Advantage, though, sits with no one. 5 players in either team remain. 10 players in the lobby. Another Brava drone sent out to try and gather information. That default camera above the metal detectors has been stolen. Capcan down below remains undetected, but it looks like actually for a brief moment Muzi has a drone inside a CC and was checking it. So I think they might have a fair idea that Capcan's lurking down below. But FaZe Clan, they'll be very adamant to waste every single second they can, because there's only 60 of them left in the round.
60 left to go. Wizard will spot the mirror window looking his way once he steps in towards Archives. There's the pop, though, as the walls begin to open now, as some pressure is being exerted by NIP. They're looking to draw the sides level once more. Still 40 seconds, which can't feel like an eternity, but now Pino will open up that wall, that window, and Azami just says no. Pops it closed again. Wizard does get the kill onto KDS, so that's a big pick coming through. And now Cyber does get the flank, but going through the bulletproofs gives away his position, but it doesn't matter. He gets one. He's going to try and get the second one now as he falls back, but his teammate comes in with a big assist. 2 versus 3. Wizard gets that one. It's a 1 versus 3 now. Vidaking up against an army of NIP players. Can Vidaking pull it back? He steps through. He's going to hear the footsteps. Player playing just ahead. He does find one. 10 seconds to go, but the round ends. Cons picks that one up.
Oh, it could have went Either way, in that final few moments, the fights look separate enough to be able to find them, isolate them. However, it gets locked in, and Gibby, we go level once again. This is getting to be a little bit of a closer game than perhaps we would have thought. 3 rounds in, let I remind everyone that it looked like NIP were dead and buried. It looked like it was going to be a walkover from FaZe. It looked like it was going to be a really rough day in the office. A long break comes out, and NIP look revitalized. They get 3 rounds in a row, and now they fight to get themselves back to level. Absolutely brilliant from them. Can they keep that pressure going?
And that's the thing, inside of best of ones, that momentum can turn very quickly. FaZe still seem like they're a little bit on the back foot, having seen NIP claw their way back from this position. You know, as you said, they were 3-0 up, they were cruising. They thought that this game was going to be an absolute breeze. But the timeout, some people would argue that during that tactical break and then the technical break, some of those FaZe Gang players haven't come back yet.
I was taking notes, Gibson. I despise you. You threw to me, made me writing something down.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, you've got
to keep you on your toes.
How do you do this to me every time? Like, I take occasional notes, and my notes are... Gibson's seen my notes. They're more like hieroglyphs than words. And he always showed to me when I'm in full concentration mode, putting it down.
And you know what he's writing on the sheet, guys? Little messages like, KDS good.
I've actually, hold up. I've actually wrote, are you ready for this? Wizards playing kind of great, by the way.
That wasn't far wrong. Wizard has been really good since the resumption.
No, really great.
Too.
Use my goblin brain grammar. Really great.
Really great. Would you say he's playing a bit of magic? He's doing a bit, throwing a few spells.
No, I've teed you up for a pun.
Yep, it's your fault. 2 minutes left in the round. This is round 9, of course. FaZe again looking to take the lead on this one. NIP looking to get in the lead once more. Pino playing the long angle with the DMR. Again, you look at the weapon choices. They have a DMR and a glass coming in as well. So they're backing their trigger finger and the speed of that quite a bit and backing themselves. And that shows confidence, Whippet. And that's something that we said NIP hadn't been playing with over the last few days.
I like this. It's again. I'll keep the repetition. It's a revitalized team. This amount of aggression and confidence that they've come into the second half has been brilliant so far. Problem is though, it's been a very lethargic round so far. Handy in a good position to be able to try and find one walking inside of lobby. He's gonna get pressure from the window. Smokes goes out. He's gonna get blocked off. He's gonna get caught out by Psycho, who gets it. Cyber get that trade though. Warden's able to lock it down. 55 seconds, Gibby. 4 versus 4. And that X-Factor execution of Psycho on the glass is now gone. They've got to do this the old-fashioned way. No thermals, no nothing. Can they get it done?
You gotta go through the window, maybe even through the wall. Wizard gets one onto Souls to put them back in a 4 versus 3. 35 seconds to go. KDS going hunting to try put the numbers back in the favor of FaZe Clan. Wizard playing on those stairs now though. Spio stairs forced to reposition again. 25 seconds to go though. Warden turns on his glasses. Here's his special trick, but Pino was going to take his head off of him. Cyber removed 4 versus 2. It's all down to Vidaking and KDS. KDS gets his one. It's a 3v2 with 10 seconds left to go. Vidaking needs to win this one with the player pushing through small office. There's the kill from Wizard. 1v3, 3 seconds to go. And Moosey's going to start putting the case down, but it don't matter. Pino gets the kill. NIP take the lead.
Oh, their X-Factor execution removed from play early. Not even a concern. NIP brute forced their way through, and they forced a tactical timeout called by FaZe.
An Entero timeout, remember? No, that's what they're called now.
So, right, your tactical timeout brought to you by Entero is what you're saying.
Oh, I love it. I love it. But here's the thing. FaZe Clan did not expect going into this game, based on results, that they would be in this scenario where they're forced to take a timeout in their defense, trailing NIP by 5 rounds to 4. That goes to show how well NIP have played. Now, when we looked at the calendar of games we'd be casting, We saw this matchup and we were like, our hearts were going, FaZe Clan, NIP. Oh, a couple of years ago, this would have been a hell of a matchup, but NIP have kind of fallen off a little bit. Well, this is a matchup and a half right now, but 5-4 NIP really turning it on.
Jacob mentioned their lost SSG on this map many moons ago at this point, and you know what? They couldn't let that stand. You know? They get revenge. I've now reminded myself of that day.
Again.
That's 3 times I've reminded myself of that SSG beat NIP that day. Hurts still.
Yeah, well, you just made me remember the game, so who's the real loser here? So, round 10. FaZe Clan looking to level things up at 5 rounds apiece. Attacker pick FaZe coming through. Looks like they've elected to bring the ace, otherwise everyone else is going to stay put. And why wouldn't they? You've got Lion, you've got Thermite, you've got Ace, Buck, and Cap. The best thing I like about this one on the space and push is Capitao can be used to flood defenders out of their positions. Very rarely do you see kills from those firebolts, but they are used quite a bit to force defenders into a position where you can get a kill.
The great thing about it is you have that system where you go 3, 2, 1, firebolts out, and all of a sudden, that person has to move or they get cooked. So you're in that situation, if you've got a teammate covering, that person is dead to rights. For NIP though, huge round ahead of them. Win this, go to map point. That's all momentum. That will be a huge moment from them. They've not led in this series so far. And Gibby, I don't know what numbers are, so go ahead.
So basically, as it stands, NIP can't get first place in the group, but if they win this, it's almost in their own hands with a regulation win. An overtime win, things start looking a little bit bleak for FaZe Clan. They had a 100% chance with a win. 100% chance with a regulation win of making the top 3. Things change quite a bit, though, if they end up losing this one. And going into the final day, they're going to have to go and win their matchup just to be safe. Well, we'll still find out.
Okay.
I like it. I like it. I
love this. I love this. He's got an AK-12 and a bit of aggression in hand. Finds the head of Cyber. And this is a huge problem. He's created a little bubble of chaos. They don't know if this is a full rush or what. And that's going to put every single roamer away from sight in a horrible dilemma. But Psycho's disconnected from the rest of his team. They're not there to back him. There's no case even close by. This could be either genius or an absolute catastrophe.
Well, he got his pick. He's already taken Cyber out, and you saw him talking to his team. He's like, guys, you know, I'm stuck here. Do you want me to just continue to hold these angles? Do I keep getting aggressive and try to make something happen? You have sight. You are the X factor for your round now. You are the ace in the hand. Can you make it work? Pino begins to step down those stairs as well. Did he just switch over to the shotgun for a second? He did. And you know what? I back it. That shotgun, if you got a quick enough trigger finger, shreds at that distance.
45 seconds. Psycho finds a second one handy. Falls. He'll try and look for a third. Can he go fishing? Will they line up and will they bite? The rest of his team still far away and he surely spots the head. But no, they pass in the night. No foghorns to give a location away. 30 seconds. And NIP, well, it's great. You've got someone in sight. It's great you have this, but the case isn't even close by. Time becomes the ally of the defense. Psycho needs to be that X factor, as you mentioned. He'll creep and crawl, but the entirety of this push is stalling. Pino finds one, the KDS. Wizard collects one more Divider King. Souls is going to give a lifeline to his team, but only to be slapped down by Psycho. NIP on map point here on Bank.
2 minutes he sat in sight before his team joined him. 2 minutes, 2 picks, and then he got a third to clutch out the round. He just went straight through the hatch, straight through the Aruna gate, and straight through the defense of FaZe Clan. 6-4 NIP. The tactical timeout called by FaZe had no impact whatsoever. NIP now on the verge of beating FaZe Clan in regulation, and nobody saw this one coming.
This season has looked like it was going to be another one to perhaps turn the page on for NIP and forget about it as they begin to enter that rebuilding phase in this new era. But this could be the exact result they need to light that fire once again. They're playing a level of Siege that we haven't seen them play in a long time. Has it just clicked today? Has this been the catalyst game for it all to line up?
Well, that's the joy of playing best of ones and how a little change in form can change everything. Something else that has just changed with NIP winning that round is Liquid are confirmed top of their group now as well. So W7M and Liquid top of their groups. But NIP, they don't care about any of that. What they care about is survival and making that top 3. The round differential going into this game was -8. They lost 7-1 and 7-5. And now they're taking on FaZe and they're on match point. All they got to do is break that defense one more time and they've got 2 chances.
Tense moments now for FaZe Clan. They will not want to make a risk. They will be so risk-adverse, they will fall to their shell. First Lion scan goes out, will likely mask an entryway. Cyber on Pulse down below, relays so much information. A hold inside of CC or inside of CEO as well gives them a level of control inside that central block of bank that's massive. But Psycho spots the Pulse, has full information and might be able to pounce. Wizard on the Nook will remain undetected. The Pulse will relay it, but surely they can collapse. The breach charge goes out, they've got an avenue of success to walk on in. They know he's in this corner, and Cyber, his moments alive might just be limited at this point. You need to get the information on him. You need to pounce and he'll get locked in place. Handy's first to fall. The Nook walks in, but Cyber quicker on the draw. He knows the drone is there. We're back level 4 versus 4.
Oh, I think that really NIP should have won that one. KDS preps the C4 on the window. The C4 pops, but he waited too long. And the player on the rappel drop, Vidaking, gets a big kill, but Pino trades it back. It's still a 3v3. It's still an open round between these two sides. Cons has got the diffuser in hand, and they're going to start working on opening up those vertical angles to see if they can get another free pick. I'm looking at the drone network. They've got 3 left to play with. There's 3 defenders left. Can they identify where they are standing? This is a site whippet that we have seen a lot of the attackers have a joy on today.
2 grenades to work with as well. Nope, my bad. They've been lost. I looked at the top of the screen. Unfortunate for me. Forgive me for that one, but it was 40 seconds to work with in a 3 versus 3. NIP have all the map control they want, and Pino goes below. He's gonna try and crack this hatch wide open. He's gonna remove that cover. That safety net, that safe corner's now gone. And every member of FaZe will be a little bit squeezed and compressed, but Vidaking could have the key! But Pino finds his head! 15 seconds! Here we go! Time to go bare knuckle brawling, and NIP crush FaZe! And they take victory here on Bank.
Oh, I love it. I really, really love that one. Brazil has served up an absolute treat in the final map of the day. NIP brushing aside their woes, brushing aside their poor end to last year, their poor start to this one, by getting the win against FaZe and breathing some life into their regular season chances of qualifying for Copenhagen. Big game with it, and the confidence that they played with after that tactical timeout was just something that we haven't seen from this roster since they won SI. And there's not a single person out there who isn't a FaZe clan who didn't enjoy seeing NIP back the way they used to be.
I was on the NIP Copium and Hopium for so long. You know what? I'm going to be smiling for hours after that one. They've just toppled FaZe. They've got themselves those all-important 3 points in regulation. What a bounce back from them. And that could be the foundation they build their recovery on.
Yeah, and they've got one more play day where they need to win in regulation. It's still that sort of situation for them, and they need a couple of things to go their way, but they can make the top 3. And to get there from the position they were in going today would be huge for that side. Well, whip it. That's the end of today for you and I. We're done casting. But thankfully for you guys at home, the show is not over. We've got the incredible Jacob and the incredible CDAPS who'll be with you guys after this break to break down that game.
Certainly took a lot longer than we were expecting, but it does look like NIP were using a lot of that time to their advantage to find a way to cook things up after starting down by 3 straight rounds. Took a timeout, had a lot of tech breaks in the middle of it, and turned their fortunes around to keep their hopes alive to qualify for playoffs after all, Connor.
Yeah, NIP, they came out swinging on a delay.
Well,
a delay.
Yeah, I was gonna say, they didn't come out swinging, but they fixed it later.
Yeah, they came out feeling out their opponent, you know? Like I said before, maybe Nip hit the hyperbolic time chamber in this off week, and now they're bouncing back and looking good. Are they the Nip of old? No. But they seemingly have a lot higher of a ceiling and a little bit more potential, especially when this FaZe team beat Liquid, who looks so dang good.
The problem is they didn't hit the hyperbolic time chamber in between this game and last game. They hit it during that long tech pause in the middle when they were down 3-0 and then managed to swing things back. I felt like they were, well, what were they doing? Was it playing more aggressive? Was it actually, having more confidence and taking additional space on a map as big as Bank? What was the one thing you noticed they were doing much better?
I think you hit it right on the nail, right on the head when you said taking additional space and having that little bit of extra confidence. It really did help their attacks, getting that 3-3, or pardon me, getting a lot more than 3, getting the 4-1 split. And on their defensive side, they were getting aggressive at the right moments. This matchup almost became a perfect storm for NIP, and it's something that hit me right as we went away after the pre-show that, hey, Bank is a map that's easier to attack. That helps buff the biggest weakness of NIP so far. As well, with FaZe, this is a map that they have had some struggles on recently. In addition, they struggle at getting the bomb down. Not a single plant was allowed, tying into those earlier points that just created a wonderful concoction that NIP, in conjunction with those wonderful timeouts that they kept on eating up, were able to really make some magic with Wizard.
So I guess at this point now you're 2 for 2 on being able to call something out about a key to success for a team winning, because Liquid won when they were aggressive in the early round, and IP won by ensuring there wasn't a single diffuser plant at any point throughout this game. So hey, credit to you, sir, because something is in the water with the things you're able to address, and we'll see if that exact same thing can continue for tomorrow. And then once we get into the best of 3s for later on. And something we were talking about in the back while this game was happening was how Wizard felt like he's never truly woken up, or how he's always under his own spell and has never been truly able to show what made him such an attractive prospect when he got picked up for the Berlin Major. And now he's our MVP of the day because he turned things around in such a massive way after that tech pause and timeout.
Yeah, a lot of people say the phrase last hired, first fired, and maybe Wizard was on the chopping block. I think he removed himself from that sort of cube of destruction, especially with a big statement win against a rival FaZe clan like this, where he looked so dang good and was arguably the driving factor in this upset.
It's nice that he's able to have a bounce back performance in the middle of a game. It's like when you know you're doing bad through the first couple of rounds, sometimes that can already be enough of a chalker. And for some reason, NIP has always struck me as the kind of team that if they're down on themselves early, it takes a lot longer than usual to get themselves back up to full form. And if a guy like Wizard is able to be the catalyst to help push them back across the finish line, then it's phenomenal that he did have that moment of realization, hey, we need to find a way to get back into this. I wonder if T-Chubbs was giving them like a Fabian level speech in the background, like while they were waiting, like in that timeout for things to finally get going, because they literally kept their entire chance of making the playoffs alive with just a couple of minutes to get themselves reset and get their confidence back up.
Yeah, I was going to say the exact same thing. Hats off to the NIP support staff, especially like you said, Chubbs, where there had to be something brewing behind the scenes. And there's no way all of those NIP guys were just sitting in silence, just like, I don't know, scrolling Twitter or something on their phones. They were locked in, they were focused, they were dialed in, and they looked so dang good. It was a night and day difference. When you lose 3 straight rounds where you got the opening pick, you allowed resiliency for FaZe to come out. It was looking bleak. It was looking dire. We were sitting there like, oh yeah, this is going to be a speed run game. We're going to get done for the day. 7-1 FaZe all the way. And then all of a sudden, completely flipped around.
So now that we can look at specifically at Group B, everything is different. We thought this one would be done and dusted within a couple of play days. It looked like Liquid were going to run away with this one, and FaZe Clan would be right behind them. NIP have now tied themselves in points with Los 1 and Magic Squad. They're still behind around differential, which is why they're still down in 5th place. But now, games like Los 1 against NIP tomorrow have so much more at stake. And Magic Squad are holding on to this tiebreaker by the skin of their teeth. The fact that they're even up here right now is pretty insane when Los 1 now matches them from a round differential standpoint. But just consider that FaZe Clan's spot is also not completely secured.
I was just about to say, with FaZe looking as weak as they did today, there's a very real possibility that Magic Squad comes out, beats them, hits that 6 points, and then the regulation matchup in a victory for either Los 1 or NIP would also jump them over FaZe. All of a sudden, FaZe go from the driving seat to the back seat where they're sitting at home watching playoffs.
And the nice part about this as well, Team Liquid are now confirmed for first place in Group B, which means they only have to play one more best of 3 to qualify for the major in Copenhagen. They don't have to worry about playing the 2 and 3 seed teams. They are already locked in, and now it's just a matter of who their opponent's going to be. But other Brazilian teams are going to knock a couple of other ones out when we get to the playoffs next weekend, so they just have to sit and wait to figure out who their opponent is. In Group A, it's a pretty similar level of catastrophe given the way that the point spread has now been really like condensed down within just a couple of teams. We already know W7M is qualified for playoffs. There is a possibility, I think, at this stage that MIBR can get like way up there. Like points wise, they can still tie them, but it's a matter of how their game against Black Dragons goes. And there's even still a chance that a team like LFO can win their game against Tropicals and then vault above Black Dragons into 3rd place. This group is nuts.
Yeah, LFO, they're going to be waving their MIBR flags, praying for that regulation victory, as well as their own regulation victory against a seemingly weak Tropicals team that also could bounce back and push themselves above Black Dragons, depending on the matchup and result of that earlier game.
Look at the schedule for tomorrow's games. Every single one is super pivotal because the only thing that we have secured right now in the playoff bracket is a team getting first place in their group. Everything else is still up in the air. We know W7M is qualified, but we don't know exactly where. We don't know if MIBR and Black Dragons, the 2 expected teams to qualify, will go. It all comes down to Playday 5 tomorrow, same time. We start with FaZe and Magic Squad, which is now a must-win game for FaZe Clan because the possibility of them getting knocked out in the group just went up by a massive amount. And for everybody else, it's a game of survival.
Yeah, it's almost win and in for all of these teams, and that is just absolute pandemonium and exactly what you want to see in the last play day of a league. Because sure, playoff brackets are fun, they're high stakes, but when you have a group stage culminating into seemingly a knockout round to go into another knockout round, that's knockout roundception, and that's always more fun.
Well, we came into today thinking that the writing was on the wall, but we've also been wrong before, and today ended up being a pretty prime example of how our expectations can just fall by the wayside when teams decide to show up and try some other things out. So, Playoff 4's results were not set in stone, and none of these expectations went how we thought they were going to. Nice when things happen that way, because not everything can go according to script, and tomorrow, that script will be finalized when we get into the playoffs in, well, next week. We just have to solidify everything right now. Connor, any last thoughts about how today went?
Overall, it was really fun, and as sort of a reflection over most of the stage, we did initially come in saying, hey, W7M as well as Liquid, they're going to be the top teams pretty easily. We know that they're going to take first in their group. They had us in the mid-round, in the middle of the stage, where they both kind of had a little bit of a recession and had us worried, but then they still got to the end result. So it's more so about the result as opposed to the journey. We're focusing on the destination for them, which hopefully will be Copenhagen in a couple of weeks.
Well, tomorrow we don't have to focus on either of the teams that we know are qualified for playoffs. It's a matter of every other team taking their fate into their own hands and delivering upon us the games that we certainly hope are as close as they can get. No one wants overtime because you need as many points as possible, but now it's up to everyone there. If you are good enough, you will qualify for playoffs. If you're not good enough, you're going to the LCQ, but that's still not nearly the kind of result that you would like. So that's it for us. I'm out of words. It's been a long day, especially with the tech pauses. On behalf of Gibson, Whippet, Connor, and myself, thank you very much for joining us on Playday 4 of the Brazil League. We'll see you tomorrow for the culmination of the group stage of the Rainbow Six Brazil League.